This is FDI Summit Slovenia 2023, and I warmly welcome you in the name of the organizers, the School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana, the Slovenia Times, the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce and the Industry, and the media partner Slovenia Press Agency. International trade and foreign direct investment are the main defining features and key drivers of global value chains. And in the last 2 decades, globalization through FDI has been changing swiftly. It is becoming more and more important how well countries manage their resources and competences to facilitate long-term value creation. And with this perspective, we gathered today leading voices from the policy, business, and academia to provide constructive exchange of views in terms of Slovenia's investments landscape. At this very moment, I would like to thank our event partners, Fraport, Interzero, BSH Hišnja Aparati Nazarje, and EBM Pabst, and the event sponsors Carriera, Brinox, and DB Schenker. Thank you very much. And we will now officially open the FDI Summit with the welcoming speeches. As the first, I'm happy to announce Professor Dr. Metka Tekavčič, Dean at the School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana. Please.
Dear guests, colleagues, friends, dear excellencies, it's my privilege to address you first as the host of this event. I'm really very pleased and honored that we gather today here for the FDI Summit 2023. And I would like to thank all of my colleagues who participated in designing today's program. It cannot be organized without the support of many people whom I see here in the audience. And I'm very proud that most of you are also alumni of our school. I was thinking what to say at the beginning of this event. What should be said, as the introduction Tina already told us. So we know who the organizers are, and so I would like to use this opportunity to say that we are proud what we have done as a school in the last 2 decades, and this event is just one of the events which emphasizes our role in Slovenian society. Ekonomska fakulteta, or the School of Economics and Business, which is the name that we use in international environment, is known as a very influential and impactful partner in Slovenian economy. And this is also what is known among the business schools all over Europe and also larger. I don't want to be too long. I just would like to thank once again to all speakers of today's event. And I would also like to use this opportunity that we planned to have as a speaker also Mr. Ivo Boscarol, our alumni, who sent us his apologies because he cannot be with us today due to some very serious and, really strong reasons. However, I would like to tell you that yesterday the Senate of our school decided to nominate Mr. Ivo Boscarol, the founder and emeritus president of Pipistrel, to be elected as honorary doctor of the University of Ljubljana, and I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate him and to somehow bring his greetings to you, the audience here today. Thank you, and have a very nice and fruitful conversation.
Najlepša hvala, gospa dekanja. Thank you very much, dear Dean. Now I kindly invite Mrs. Dagmar von Bohnstein, the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce President, to welcome you. Please.
Dear Professor Tekavčič, honorable ministers, and members of the Slovenian government, Excellencies, dear Ambassador Kauter, dear Mr. Kreinig, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real pleasure for me to welcome you today to our FDI Summit Slovenia. After almost 1 year as president of the German-Slovene Chamber of Industry and Commerce, I can say I have arrived now. The reason for this good feeling is provided by events like this with good and important partners, and by the experiences I have had over the past year in your beautiful country. My positive experiences have to do, for example, with this School of Economics and Business, which has a great openness to Germany and its economy. Dear Dean, you and your team of professors and academic staff showed me from the beginning on that you attach great importance to learning from the best and not letting your gaze stop at national borders. You look beyond the end of your nose, as we say in Germany. The government under Prime Minister Golob is also open to the issues of German business in Slovenia, which I can say with pride. As German-Slovene Chamber, we have set out our priorities in a position paper and sent it to the Prime Minister. This paper has been very positively received with its 3 major demands. First, urgently addressing the shortage of skilled workers. Second, fully respecting the rules of the EU internal market, which means especially treating European foreign companies equal to the national ones. And third, modernizing and expanding the transport infrastructure at high speed. We are already looking forward to discussing these pressing issues with the Prime Minister and his cabinet in person. Finally, I was able to get to know many innovative and successful companies in Slovenia. For example, Rico, one of the most successful Slovenian companies that is internationally active in Germany and beyond. Many thanks to its founder and head, Mr. Škrabec, for the valuable insights he gave me about Slovenia's economy and society. But what I have also learned in my first year in your country is that for all the beauty of its nature, overwhelming success of its top athletes, and its affinity with Germany, the location certainly has its challenges. There is, for example, the bureaucracy that kept me busy for weeks as a newcomer. There is a healthcare system which is so different to what I'm used to in Germany. There is the worry as an employer that I won't be able to hire and keep good people, since the income tax destroys any salary increase and bonus payment which I offer. By this, the shortage of skilled workers is even worsened. All what I have mentioned is not just about me. It is all about every investor and expat who is coming to Slovenia. What I have experienced with concern is that in Slovenia, there are highly intense internal discussions that hide the outside world and the fact that Slovenia has strong competitors in Europe. Openly speaking, Slovenia runs the risk to be overtaken by the dynamics of its competitors for foreign investments. What consequences that may have, we will hear today from Mrs. Doris Hansel-Weiss. She is an economist at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. Last year, she and her colleague prepared a study on behalf of the Ostausschuss der deutschen Wirtschaft. I guess its representative is here, Mrs. Anja Quiring, welcome, on the impact of foreign direct investment in Central, Eastern, and Southern Europe. I'm delighted that you are here, Mrs. Hanselweis, and I'm already looking forward to your presentation. So thank you all for an interesting and inspiring first year in beautiful Slovenia. I'm really looking forward to many more years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Vielen Dank, Frau von Bohnstein. Thank you very much. As the next, you will be greeted by Mr. Brane Krajnik, partner at Slovenia Times. Please.
Dear Minister, Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, special welcome also to former Dean of Faculty of Economics, Dušan Mramor, who's with us and with whom we start the FDI Summit in 2010, so long tail for us. The Slovenia Times are proud to participate in the organization of today FDI Summit 2023, which will host 3 ministers of Slovenian government, distinguished speakers from abroad and from Slovenia. And I believe their insights and expertise will be used for all of us. As probably you were informed, last November, Slovenia Times agreed with the Slovenian press agency management to combine our efforts, and with the merger of the web portal Inside Slovenia and the Slovenia Times, the foundations have been laid for upgrading websites outlet in English language, which featured daily news, in-depth analysis, articles, and interviews on economy and politics from Slovenia. Slovenian press agency continue its efforts to increase market revenues, as the Slovenia Times web platform is a commercial project. Together, we jointly support FDI Summit and as a proud media partners. Today's program was carefully prepared and selected in search of answers to the challenges of Slovenian business environment. From economic and social impact of foreign direct investments in the region of Central East Europe and Southeast Europe to Slovenian competitiveness. We will discuss labor shortages across EU and potentials of Slovenian talents. Today's summit will conclude with very interesting debate on impact of growing geopolitical risks on Slovenian economy. We would also like to share your views how to implement ideas and recommendations regarding improving credibility and how to attract more investments into Slovenia. So you are warmly invited to participate in discussions. Wish you a very productive FDI Summit and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Hvala lepa. Thank you very much. And we are glad that today is joining us also the Minister of Finance, Mr. Klemen Boštjančič, whom I kindly welcome to the stage. Gospod minister, dobrodošli, izvolite.
Dear guests, I'm very pleased to join you at today's event, which will cast a light upon some very important topics. We live in a complex world, full of challenges, some of them unprecedented. They impact daily life of people and businesses. The government is aware of these challenges and is doing everything in its power to make as much progress in different areas as possible. We have ambitious plans in the fields of different reforms, like healthcare, pensions, the public sector, housing policy, tax system, and others. We will strive towards comprehensive, well thought out reforms with measurable outcomes. Our goal is to make state systems such as healthcare and public sector more transparent and effective. We plan to improve business processes and ensure more efficient public services. The reforms will be gradual, long-term, and fiscally sustainable. Every reform must be cost-effective. In the last few years, fiscal policy was affected by the COVID-19 pandemics and lately by the energy crisis. We estimate that the government deficit in 2023 will be around 5% of GDP, which is ex ante above the euro area average of 3.7% of GDP. However, it's worth noting that we have planned an extensive budgetary reserve to allow for a flexible government response in the light of great uncertainty, which has not been the case in many other member states. For 2024, the government plans to gradually reduce the government deficit to levels below 3% of GDP. Once the exceptional circumstances will have ended, a medium-term fiscal strategy for achieving balanced public finances will be formulated. It will be important to ensure that achieving the fiscal targets does not depress economic growth, as happened after the global financial crisis. These plans will be further specified once the fiscal policy guidance for 2024 and beyond will be tabled by the European Commission. It is expected that the general escape clause will be deactivated by the end of this year, meaning that fiscal policy will have to observe the requirements of fiscal rules. It's not yet completely clear what these requirements will be, as the debate on the possible elements of the economic governance reform is still going on the EU level. Slovenia considers that the Commission's reform proposals with the consolidation requirements differentiated among member states depending on their debt dynamics are a step into the right direction. I'm proud to state that Slovenia is very active in this area. In fact, in March, 2 weeks from now, together with the European Commission, we are organizing an event in Slovenia that will enable us to further discuss the future of the EU economic governance framework, with the presence of the Commissioner Gentiloni, President of Eurogroup, President of European Stability Mechanism, and a number of my colleagues, Ministers of Finance. Let me go back to the planned reforms. One of the elements which may affect the business environment is, of course, tax policy. According to European Commission data, the shares of taxes and contributions in Slovenia is significantly lower considering or compared to Austria, Germany, and some other developed countries. But what is really important is to look at the economic structure of taxes and contributions. And the current structure of taxes is not favorable, as it puts an above-average burden on work and below average on capital and wealth. This indicates that we need to prepare an appropriate tax reform. It is important to set measures in the tax area in such a way that, on the one hand, we strengthen the competitiveness of the business environment, while on the other hand, it is essential that we ensure long-term sustainable public finances which enable us to act effectively in times of crisis. We also have to take into account structural reforms of the health and pension systems together with the long-term care system when designing the tax reform. The coalition partners will discuss this in March. After that, we plan to discuss the tax reform with economic and social partners. What is crucial and important for business is that through reforms in different areas, we will help to strengthen competitiveness, increase foreign direct investments and employment, and least but not last, provide for a better economic climate. I wish you all a successful conference.
Najlepša hvala, spoštovani gospod minister. Thank you very much. According to the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies, FDI offers several positive gains and benefits for the countries, and thus I kindly welcome its economist, Mrs. Doris Hansel-Weiss, to share her keynote on the economic and social impact of FDI in the Central, Eastern and Southeast Europe. Herzlich willkommen.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, it is a great honor to be here today at the FDI Summit. I'm very excited to be here with all of you and share your views and experience and the different aspects and perspectives of FDI today. So many thanks for the invitation. I will present the results of research done at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. And this is a study done together with my colleague Branimir Jovanovic with the title Economic and Social Impacts of FDI in Central, East and Southeast Europe. So we have been starting with the following observation or question. In the last 30 years, we have observed a very strong inflow of FDI into the Central, East and Southeast European countries over the past 3 decades. In effect, FDI averaged about 4.4%, which was almost twice as high as FDI inflow on a world average. What we also observed is that GDP growth in the region was not stronger than global growth. In fact, we saw that the average growth during the last 30 years amounted to 2.6% in the region compared to 2.9% for the world. So we posed the question, did FDI not spur growth in the CESE region? This is, of course, quite provocative because we saw that FDI spurred growth, so we tried to reformulate the question in more detail. So actually, what were the economic and social effects of FDI in the region, and which type of FDI had the most beneficial effects? So the outline of the presentation today is as follows. There will be 2 parts. The first one is to highlight main information of FDI and different types of FDI. And in the second part, I will present the results of the econometric analysis and give the answer to the main questions. So let us start straight ahead. The first picture here, we see that we look at the total amount of FDI countries have received relative to their GDP until 2020. So we look at the total stock of FDI in relation to their GDP, and we see here that the highest stock we find in Montenegro with about 110% of GDP, then Estonia and Serbia. In the Visegrad countries, it's the Czech Republic with about 70% or Hungary with 60% of GDP. Countries which have received the lowest amount relative to their size, this is Romania, Poland or Slovenia, with around 40% of GDP. And generally, larger and richer countries tend to have lower stocks of FDI as they are expressed as a share of GDP. Looking now at some trends over time, we have here depicted three different time periods. This is the 1990s, the 2000s, and 2010s for all countries, and the dashed line also shows the world average. So starting in the 1990s, Hungary, together with the Baltic countries, were the top destination countries for FDI. In the 2000s, this was the golden years, and all countries experienced very strong inflow of FDI. The Visegrad and the Baltic countries, for these countries, this was similar to the period before, but Bulgaria, Croatia, and Romania, and the Western Balkan countries, here inflow strongly increased during this time period. Things changed again into 2010s, where after the global and financial crisis, FDI slowed down dramatically all around the world and also in all sub-regions. Still, FDI inflows to the Balkan countries were still most pronounced and above world average. Coming to the most recent period, 2021 and the first 3 quarters 22, we saw that FDI flows were hampered by the rise of uncertainty in the last period. In fact, in 2020, we saw a decline of FDI inflows to the COVID-19 pandemic, to lockdowns, disruption of supply chains. All this create high uncertainty. So in 2021, we then again saw a recovery of FDI around all sub-regions. And in fact, again, the Baltic countries and the Western Balkans showed strong increase of FDI compared to the world average, which was up at 2.3%. In 2022, again, FDI recovery was interrupted by Russia's war in Ukraine, and we saw worrying trends across quarters and across countries in the region. So FDI increased in the first quarter, but then dropped strongly in the second quarter and slightly recovered then again in the third quarter. So we have here all 3 quarters combined. We see that there is differences across countries. We see that the Baltic countries were mostly affected by a drop in FDI inflows. We see again that the Western Balkan countries, again, FDI inflows are quite good. So the upward dynamics might likely be explained by the revival of the tourism sector after COVID-19 restrictions have been lifted. Also some activity of nearshoring, or also acceleration in transition to renewable energy sources of energy. Yes. I will now come to different characteristics of FDI. We can distinguish FDI by the countries of origin, and we have here FDI flows coming from Germany, Austria, from the EU 13, so this is West Europe without Germany and Austria, and other countries. What we see here that, for example, the German FDI inflows went into Central Europe, Austrian targeted, for example, the Western Balkan countries. The EU 13 again were prominent in all sub-regions, but most important in the Baltics, which were mainly Nordic countries in Western there. Other countries, this is the light gray part of the bar, invested heavily in the Western Balkans. The FDI came here from outside the EU 15. These were countries like Russia, China, Turkey, or Switzerland. With Switzerland were used mainly by multinational companies for tax purposes. Next, we can distinguish FDI by the type but the type of FDI inflows, and we can distinguish here between reinvested earnings, equity capital, or debt instruments, which are intercompany loans. In almost all countries, equity capital constitutes the largest part of FDI inflows, which is the yellow part of the bar. And that is foreign companies invested in capital in the countries either by buying local companies or by investing in new capacities. Reinvested earnings, that is foreign companies invested profits they've made in the countries were important in the Czech Republic, in Hungary or Estonia. Intercompany loans, again, this is the blue part, that is loans that parent companies from abroad have given to their affiliates in the host countries. A sizable part of this has been done in Bulgaria, Montenegro, and Serbia. Let me now come to FDI flows, looking at where they're going to, in which sector. And we are using here the classical three-sector model. We distinguish between the primary sector, which includes agriculture and mining, the secondary sector, which includes manufacturing, energy, and construction, and the tertiary sector, meaning market services sector. And we see here that overall most FDI inflows went into the tertiary sector. This is the dark blue part of the bar, in all countries of the region. This includes FDI flowing into the banking sector, in IT, to telecom or trade or real estate, like in the case of Montenegro or Kosovo. FDI going to the secondary sector was important in Visegrad countries, in Bulgaria and the Western Balkans. FDI into the primary sector, and here only Albania received sizable amounts going into the mining sector. So this has been an overview of FDI, and I would like now to come to my second part of the presentation, looking at the econometric analysis. So what have been the economic and social impacts of FDI in the countries over the period 1993 to 2020? And we looked at impacts on economic growth, on labor market outcomes and social outcomes. Shortly, to look at the econometric model, we have the dependent variable on the left side, which are the economic and social outcomes we want to assess. And these outcomes, we have looked at 9 variables. So for economic growth, at GDP growth, at household and consumption growth, at domestic investment growth and growth of exports. For the labor market, we looked at unemployment rate, wage growth and productivity growth, and for social outcome on inequality and poverty. The main independent variables are the FDI inflows, and we have included them with the past values. We have included 3 legs of FDI inflows, so in order to capture long-term effects as well, as it may take time for FDI to come into effect. And we have included some control variables. So for the different types of FDI, we have already seen an overview before. So we have total FDI, we have FDI from the EU15, FDI from Germany and Austria here grouped together, the different components of FDI and the economic sectors. So in total, there are 81 estimations made. Of course, we won't present everything. If you're interested, you also find the study on our homepage. So let me present some of the results to you. So the main result, how have total FDI inflows affected GDP growth? You see here the first result, and the main result is on top. So we see here that the first leg of FDI inflow is statistically significant at 1%. That is, FDI inflows affect GDP growth after 1 year. The coefficient is positive. That means that higher FDI inflows lead to higher GDP growth. And the magnitude of the effect is 0.187. That means that FDI flows of 1% of GDP lead to higher GDP growth of 0.19 percentage points, which is a moderate effect. Looking at the control variables below, you see here some of you see them. These are government expenditures, exchange rates, inflation, the growth rate of loans, population growth, regulatory quality, and EU membership. Most of them are insignificant, with only one exception, and this is inflation. So it has a negative coefficient, meaning that high inflation leads to lower GDP growth. We will now focus on the first 3 lines and present them in a graphical way. So these are the same results as before. It illustrates the magnitude and the significance of the FDI coefficients. So we see that the dots are the point estimates of the coefficients. The blue lines are the 90% confidence intervals. The red line is the zero axis, and when the line of the confidence intervals cross the vertical red line, the coefficient is statistically insignificant. Only if it does not cross the red line, then it has an effect on the outcome variable. And we see here again the results from before, that only the first leg of the total FDI inflows is statistically significant. It doesn't cross the red line, and it has a magnitude of about 0.2. So while the other 2 legs are statistically insignificant. I will present some results now again in this way. So looking first at the origin, where the FDI comes from. So the first 3 lines are again the same results of before, but then you see the results for FDI inflows coming from the EU 15 countries. And here you see that the first 2 legs are in fact significant. So summing up these 2 periods, there is an effect of 0.26, and this means a 50% stronger effect than for overall FDI. But still, this is moderate. But we see then below inflows coming from Germany and Austria. This is statistically significant even for all 3 legs, with a magnitude of 0.3. Summing up all 3 periods would mean an effect of 0.9% percentage point effect on GDP, and this is a very strong effect. Looking now at the different components of FDI on its effect of GDP growth, you here see the different types of FDI. The first 3 are again the same results for total FDI, but then you see the effect of reinvested earnings. And here you see that also the first leg is statistically significant, and it has a magnitude of 0.5, which is also quite strong. You see that below the green dots, here this is the effect of equity capital. You see that the first leg is also statistically significant, but it is slightly, it has a similar magnitude than total FDI, but it's very lower compared to the reinvested earnings. And we see at the bottom the effect of the debt instruments, the intercompany loans. They are insignificant. This means that FDI that arises from intercompany loans has no effect on GDP growth. Coming now to the different sectors of growth and their effect on GDP growth, we see that FDI inflows into the primary sector is not significant. It does not have an effect, but we see that there is an effect for the secondary sector. These are the green dots. We see that the second leg is statistically significant, and we see that for the tertiary sector, the first leg of FDI inflows is significant, about the same size as that for the secondary sector. So let me now come to some other economic outcomes. We also looked at not only how FDI impacted growth, but also the unemployment rate, poverty and inequality. So just one return to the GDP growth, because we not only looked at the general GDP growth, but also at factors of GDP growth, at household consumption, investment and exports. And we saw that positive effects come from higher household consumption and from higher exports. We saw no effect on domestic investment, that the FDI inflows seem not to crowd out domestic investment, but also not to crowd in. What we saw for the other outcomes is that FDI inflows reduced unemployment. However, the effect comes with a time lag of 2 years, and this means that investment requires some time to reach full operating capacity. We also saw that FDI inflows increased wages. On the other hand, we did not find a significant effect of FDI inflows on productivity. This is not unexpected, as FDI have led to higher growth and lower unemployment, so output per worker has remained largely unchanged. What is also interesting, that FDI inflows in general had no significant effects on poverty and inequality. Summarizing also the main findings on the different types of FDI, what we have seen. So there are different types which have different effects. We have seen that German and Austrian FDI had more positive effects than overall FDI in terms of growth, in terms of reduction of unemployment, and in the increase of wages. And what is interesting is also that German and Austrian FDI have reduced poverty and inequality. Looking at the type of FDI, reinvested earnings have more positive effects than other types of FDI on growth and also in reducing unemployment. And we have seen that investment into manufacturing and services have more positive effects also on growth and wages. I would like now to come to my last slide, where I want to give some policy implications or a summary. So FDI have beneficial economic and social effects. Thus, policies for attracting FDI should continue. There have been major differences in the effects of different kinds of FDI. Thus, efforts to attract FDI should be more targeted. And the last point is that FDI is not everything. Reason for economic unsatisfactory and social outcomes should not be attributed to foreign investments, but one should also take domestic factors into account, which include factors for improvement, such as the linkages between foreign and domestic companies, to support domestic private investment, and to foster public investment in infrastructure. And with this, I would like to close and thank you for your attention.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hansel-Weiss, for sharing this overall picture of how FDI affects us. Also a great starting point for our first panel discussion today on how competitive is Slovenia as a business location from the investor's perspective. And I kindly invite the panelists, Mr. Uroš Kušar, Managing Director Brinox, Mrs. Darja Figal, Managing Director Interzero, Mr. Aleš Poljanšek, General Manager IBM Pabst, Dr. Istok Seljak, Managing Director Hydria Holding, and Mr. Mateusz Frangež, State Secretary, Slovenian Ministry of the Economy, Tourism and Sport, and moderator, Mr. Igor Bergant, TV news host RTV Slovenia. Warmly welcome.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Take your time. But we have to be productive, which is one of the issues Slovenians have, apparently. So we would like to use the 60 minutes as best as possible, and you're kindly invited to take part in the discussion in the later parts. So you know all the panelists. Thank you very much for coming. And we start with lady first. Ms. Fiegel, your comment perhaps on what we have just heard. Did it actually strengthen your faith or shook it in a way?
It was very interesting, let's say, analysis showed the interesting figures about strengthening. I believe that FDIs have place here in Slovenia, but a lot of work and dedication has to be taken.
Okay, we'll speak about the work later on. Mr. Kusha, your comments on what we have just seen.
So first of all, I have to clarify that we are actually a company who is investing in Germany, not opposite. And maybe as a perspective, I would say that the impact that the foreign investment has in a country really depends on the base economy load that the country already has. Mm-hmm. So if you have a really developed country with a really good industry, it's hard to have a big impact if you invest from the foreign countries. Mm-hmm. So depending where the countries were when they started the investment, maybe the cycles are a little bit different, but it's not really shown in the statistics.
Okay, you come from Brinox, which is a company with 35 years of experience offering complete turnkey solutions and equipment for the pharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical and food industries. But you said, okay, you're investing in Germany, but would you invest also in Slovenia?
Absolutely. So technically the major investments that we are doing, it's in Slovenia, regardless of the economical environment. Because for us it's also important that we have a hub. The industry has changed with Corona. So let's say 4 or 5 years ago, it was a banker's idea for the owner to invest everything in one, let's say, basket. But the last 2-3 years has shown that the customers actually prefer that you have everything under one roof. So we're technically moving from some horizontal integration back to the vertical integration in the industry. Our company is trying to do technically everything on its own, regardless of the costs. So we are maybe not the most cost-efficient company in the industry.
Not yet.
We will never be, because our competition is basically outsourcing the majority of the production that we do internally. But what brings us basically to the market and what makes us competitive is actually that we can manage time, we can manage quality, and we can manage relationship. So instead that the client has to travel to 5-6 different locations, he finds everything at one spot in Slovenia. And this is the biggest benefit that we have right now.
Okay, let us hear Mr. Boštjančič, the general manager of EBM PAP Slovenia, which is the Slovenian part of the world of ventilation and drive engineering. So regarding the analysis we have just heard, any comment from you?
I think the last slide was interesting because it says, I understood that maybe it's not so important who is investing. It's important that we invest. I think was quite important to see, but I would say to go further, you need to invest. That's definitely. The question is how good you are, what are the conditions that you can invest. I think that's very important, at least for our company. It's when I talk to some future investments, you have to see we need more simplicity into investments. You know, all the procedures, rules, and so on. I think there are opportunities for improvement here.
But on the other hand, we saw, and it applies to Slovenia, that it's actually quite important who invests. So it's good to have investments from Austria, which is the biggest investor, and Germany, and some of the Austrian investments actually come from German companies based in Austria. So it's still important.
I mean, it is important, but slide shows maybe this was surprising to
me.
Yeah. I would say.
Okay, Dr. Seljak, you're the Chief Managing Director of Hydria Holding, one of the business leaders in Slovenia. Were you surprised at looking at the figures we just saw, or is it something you already know for years?
Frankly, I came in late, so I just saw the last.
That's actually
like
a good
3
excuse,
to 5 minutes, which could be the advantage, right? First of all, as far as Hydria is concerned, we are a European and becoming a global leader in the selected automotive segments, steering electrical powertrains for the electrical vehicles of the future. And I still believe, and we still believe that concerning this issue, as several others, it's back to the basics. That is, while it seems trivial, we a lot of times miss the basic, clearly worked out vision and strategy of the economic development of the country. So the strategy, the policy of the economic growth clearly put. And then when you have that, the FDIs as one, in that case, important part of getting this economic policy properly done. And when these two elements fit properly in the countries where they do, you will have the results. And where they don't, you will not see them. It's just as simple as that.
To be ultimately provocative, well, back to the basics, some people understand here it would go back to socialism.
It's not back to socialism, but it could be from socialism. To be very concrete on this, and as a disclosure, we are having as Hydria, among other, an important investment in Hungary, which we will be further expanding. Mm-hmm. And I am, among other, also the Honorary Consul of Hungary. It was from socialism there, and as a result of very good alignment of that strategic approach to overall economic growth and foreign direct investment in function of that growth, that they have had basically zero automotive industry like 20, 25 years ago, and that today automotive is representing 30% of the GDP, and Hungary will be the largest, the most important country in the development and production of lithium-ion batteries for the electric cars, with over half of the European production in the next 3 to 5 years, as the result of such an alignment. Hence, we should ask ourselves whether we have that in place or not, and not just as you know, from the negative point of view, but where are the opportunities to do much better than we are now.
Okay, before, yeah.
If I
oh
may.
yes, because we'll hear a lot of Mr. Frangish in the minutes to come.
Interzero came in Slovenia in 2004, so it's an international company which operates in 7 EU member states. We have over 20,000 customers all over the world, and we had last year 1 billion turnover. 1 billion in a very small sector, as is sustainable solutions. So Interzero is very much wanted in most EU countries, but in Slovenia is considered as an intruder. Yes, I know I'm shocking, but it's not only perceived from an ignorant public, but also considered as an intruder by the government of itself. And let me shock you further. In 15 months, we were faced with 7 versions of Environmental Protection Act. In 8 years, since I'm managing Interzero Slovenia, I met 5 ministers. I work with under 3 governments. And can you imagine my talks with Interzero owners?
They're still the same, yeah?
No, it's very unstable, very unstable business environment. And I know that we are talking about the potentials here, and Slovenia has a potential to be home of many FDI. But like every kid has a potential, let's say, to become a future president, it really takes work and dedication, which I wanted really to point it out in the beginning. And if we compare us with neighbor countries, for example, they all have great location and great people and are green and sustainable. I know that I come from the niche market, but let's say here the regulation and stability is very important, maybe most important. So like people say, there is no worse than wasted potential.
That's true, but regulation is also quite important, and then people rely on it quite heavily here, which is not always a bad thing. So Mr. Frangish, enough shocks for you from Ms. Fiegel, but also based on what we heard before that. So what can you do as a government to address the figures and, of course, the experience of the ladies and gentlemen in the business sector?
Thank you. First of all, what can we do? Work and dedication. What is the main objective we have in the following years? we see the major need of restructuring of all major European industries. Slovenia is a strong supplier within this European industrial model. And of course, we have to ask ourselves, okay, where are the opportunities of the future tense? Of course, this government is focused on building and raising attractiveness of Slovenia, not only for FDIs, but for all the inputs our economy needs. Skilled workforce, for example, was mentioned before. And of course, it takes a lot of effort to make this system as logical, simple, user-friendly, investor-friendly. And we know that in this regard, we have huge obstacles. I can name some of the figures from I think it's the World Economic Forum research. For example, we are #1 performing country in cross-border economic and business cooperation. We are 9th in solving insolvency issues. We perform quite well between 20 and 30th place on some other elements of doing business. But, for example, we are 109th when talking about building permits. So we have to fix the system we operate in. I'm sorry for the eight versions of the law, not my fault, however.
I thought that you would say that because it's actually not based in your ministry, but you're a politician, yeah. So no surprise.
So some excuses needs to be taken into account, right? But yes, the predictability, the effectiveness of all the procedures. Look, may I give you an example? We know that in these times of deglobalizations, a lot of companies, many I see today here, are knocking on our doors with the question, well, we would like to invest. We have a proper business model, we have a sustainable business, and we would like to see our production here in Slovenia. Can you help us? And we know that where are the obstacles for such ambitions? It's the proper environmentally and spatial planning arranged land plots, a lot of administrative procedures, and we know that we have to improve our performance in these fields.
But how?
That's why, for example, the Minister of Economy, Metka Tekavčič, proposed the preparation of special action plan, according to our special planning law, that at least in or near the main transportation infrastructure, we in advance prepare proper opportunities for such investments.
But that's a proposition within government, so how much time would it take to get it done?
Well, unfortunately, since the state is quite a big ship...
Not in Slovenia.
Yeah, well, huge actually. So it needs some time, and turning it takes a lot of effort. But however, I would like to say, yes, as a country we have a strong ambition. As a country, we would like to see our added value significantly raised. For example, last year, our performance was at 53,000 euros per employee, which is half of what Germany or Austria achieves. And this is the crucial element of a lot of our problems, for example, in social security systems, healthcare, etc. So our ambition is to double that.
By when?
Well, at the moment, the Slovenian industrial strategy says 63,000 euros per employee until 2030. This is not very ambitious.
Not at all.
Commercial Chamber of Commerce announced on the last peak of economy the goal to go to 83,000 euros. The Prime Minister once said our goal should be 100,000 euros up until 2000.
You mean this Prime Minister?
Yes.
But he says a lot of things when it comes to figures.
And of course, a lot of what he says is also smart.
Okay, good. Let us talk about, before we open the discussion, let us talk about buts from your experience, because what we saw in the analysis, we look like rather old, like old Europe, you know. We want to be Austria, Germany, and then when it comes to FDIs, it's something in this direction. So the surroundings is pretty much younger when it comes to the way they address FDIs. But we have this stereotype. Slovenia is more or less an ideal place for FDIs due to our geographic location, stable democracy, okay. Security and openness, as well as good infrastructure. Then the Slovenian labor force is very well educated, including language skills minus Slovenian. The skills in Slovenian are unfortunately dropping, and then people are very committed. Slovenia offers employers and employees a very good work-life balance. Slovenia is a perfect testing ground for new products and services. Foreign investors, especially from Germany, come to Slovenia to stay and prosper, and Slovenia is, despite what you said, sustainable and green, or better say greener than our environment. But is it still true? And what are your, let's say, fears when it comes to the future? Will we stay like this?
So it's a good question. I think we will not stay like that. And I
will
think
it be better or worse?
It will be on us.
Okay.
It can go in both directions. And to the stereotypes, I think some are valid, like all stereotypes. Some are maybe an illusion. Especially to the, let's say, productivity and life-work balance.
Mm-hmm.
What we see in the last couple of years is that the private life became a commodity, and that the people are prepared to work less and less and less and less, which results also in the productivity. And we were discussing last week basically about the availability of the labor force. So my question was actually, why are we talking about it? Because we are doing automation of the production. Mm-hmm. We are doing digitalization. So technically we should need less people, but it's the opposite. And this I can reflect also into my company. And a lot of my colleagues, they're asking, oh, I need more people. And I'm asking why? Because we have this mentality to solve the problems with manpower. Nobody's thinking about new procedures, nobody's thinking about new technology, new ways how things are done. And we have a couple of departments where we have reduced the size of the, let's say, department by half, and the output was increased by 400%. So it's not everything in the manpower. So the question is, which manpower do you get? What are the skills? How do you motivate them? And what's the productivity of the people? Not so much about the quantity, how much you have.
Okay. Ms. Fiegel, the buts, the stereotypes, how could we be even better in the future, even greener, even more effective? Well, you said what your experience is, but what to do, how to change?
I don't think that competitiveness and productiveness is not universally given to a country or a nation. I think that Slovenia has a lot of competitive, very productive workers, experts, managers, sectors, but some are not. Some goes to Bosnia, Rwanda, or Germany. It's the same in all countries. Mm-hmm. But the difference is the system. The difference is the system. So I also think that it's the responsibility of leadership to recognize amazing people and amazing...
Leadership where?
We are
okay,
those leaders.
Okay.
Yeah. And when it comes to that, when we find an outstanding worker, for example, what we can do, what the system allows us to do. We can reward them financially, but more than half of their reward is lost. And they don't have it due to the legislation. Then we can promote them, but this is very limited in micro and small businesses. So,
but some would say, well, it's not all about money. People here actually, as you said, well, a good work and life balance is a sort of commodity. People would like to be free, even if they are not so fantastically paid.
But it's the same in all countries.
Okay.
The neighbor countries also. But it's the system which is killing actually the competitiveness here in Slovenia. Okay.
Mr. Boštjančič, when it comes to these stereotypes and your personal experience in investing in Slovenia and working in Slovenia, what should we change actually to maintain these stereotypes, not as an illusion, but as reality?
If we just look at work-life balance, for example, in Slovenia we work actually 37.5 hours. We don't work 40 hours like maybe other countries. So we are giving allowances for travel and food, which other countries don't do, you know.
But that's an international trend. We would actually work, how to say, 36 hours or...
Yeah, I mean, you can compare. If you go to Asia, they work maybe 50 or 60 hours. So if you are in Europe, somebody would like to work 32 hours, but we are competing globally. So if we are just competing locally, maybe that's okay. But if we are competing globally, then you compete to the people working like 50% more. They produce more in that period.
So basically, we should work more.
I mean, I would say yes.
Okay, yeah.
I would say yes. Globally, we should work more.
Yeah, you agree?
I mean,
okay.
If even Evan Paul's group has companies in, let's say, Eastern Europe, which we compare each other a lot. It's Romania, Czech Republic, Hungary, Serbia. And if we look at the cost of labor in those countries, it's half of Slovenia. And they probably work more. And that's something what is not getting together. Our cost to Germany is also half of it. So it's when the organization decides where they will put their footprint or something like that, they see that that's an important topic. For sure, we can always say and be, let's say, complacent that we are kind of good skills, and that's all true. But maybe they are also good. That doesn't mean that they are much worse than us. That's something where we see, and when the company decides where we will put, let's say, like we are doing currently, increasing, as you said, greener and sustainability. The company is working on building a new plant for heat pump fans, because we are all in backlog in the global, maybe European market more or less. We are in backlog with the Ukrainian Russian crisis. You know, everybody wants heat pump tomorrow, and the capacity is not there. And that's something what the group is doing to get this footprint in terms of zero emission by 25.
Okay, so we should work more, although there's an interesting statistics, which is a stereotype, that actually Slovenians spend quite a lot of time their workplace, but they're not working all the time. So it's actually also another interesting figure. Dr. Seljak, well, what to change, how to change to be more investors friendly, but also to be happy, because that's what Slovenians are all about, to be happy, to do sports, to enjoy life.
Let me try further simplify, which I think is more complex than it is simple for those making very simple things complex here in Slovenia. And then at the end, we don't know where we are and what to do.
Okay.
Simplify in terms of that foreign direct investments basically are either after markets, growth, size, or on the other hand side after, let's name it, low cost competitiveness, some kind of that. And as Slovenia, fortunately or unfortunately, it should be an opportunity if you understand it properly, we have neither of these two. We somehow imagine that we are somewhere in between. We have great people and performance and productivity for the proper cost, which again, obviously is not true, because with 53,000 euro per capita of the value added, it is not correct. Which means we are stuck in the middle, or we are, or we will be. It's kind of a dead valley. And fully agree that the transition now into the decarbonized, carbon-free economy and society of the future is a great opportunity where the cards are being completely, fully delivered new, and we need to reposition ourselves. And I think the only possible repositioning is in the direction of enhancing know-how, knowledge, innovation. Go for 100,000 euro per capita now, which is what we are doing with Mission Gremo Green Mobility, putting together the automotive industry, 10% of the GDP, 25% of the export, very likely one of the focuses, which should find its focus in FDI policy of Slovenia as well in order to complement it fully. And the only projects that can qualify for the governmental support, and we're putting government and science together, are the projects that exceed basically 100,000 euro per capita. And today in the automotive, we're on 65 now, today. Because it's the only way that in 3-4 years we will reach the 90,000 euros. But it means the growth of this segment of our economy from 5 billion to 8 billion. And we did it through the COVID from 3 to 5. So I think we should really focus ourselves on understanding where we have competitive advantages or where we can still create them, and start talking about specialization and focus and complement it, foreign direct investment included into that.
Okay, Mr. Fangish, before we go to the questions from the audience, well, you know, your government has pretty much the same problems previous governments had, but when it comes to the solutions, I mean, they're quite evident. So it's the taxation, it's also the whole system of getting, for example, building permits or permits for doing not only on the state but also municipality level. So I mean, okay, you apparently do some little steps to achieve those goals, but I mean, how could you do bigger steps in order to address the problems we know for decades, especially when it comes to taxation, land property, permissions to build?
Well, it's the architecture of the system that needs to be taken into place. For example, I worked with some digital architecture designers in the past, and I think that it's a very similar logic that we should build a renewed system upon. So to ask ourselves, okay, what are the outputs of the system we desire? And somewhere you need to build a whole system from scratch. Somewhere what we need is a intelligent fine-tuning. But let's be frank, we cannot compete with lower taxes. We cannot compete as a country with the promise, hey, young people in this hall, tomorrow you will work more and more. We can't. What new generation desires is actually even better work-career balance than we have it at the moment. And by the way, I really know less and less people that work less than 40 hours a week. So what we need to do is to work better. What surprised me in a presentation is actually the figure that foreign direct investments didn't bring a big increase in productivity. I think you mentioned that there were no significant increases, because what we must pursue is actually that via foreign direct investments, we also learn new skills, better processes to increase our ability to work better. not more. So the system needs a lot of things. I have to say that in different ministries, for example, Minister of Finances mentioned the idea of the tax reform, which is, yes, hopefully lowering the burden of taxation on work, but imminently raising also the taxation on property and wealth. So if you want to renew the equation of our national development model, well, of course, there will be risky moves, but that need to be taken into account, and also discuss in such forums to find the best way we can move forward. The time ahead bring really big transformation of our industries. Dr. Seljak knows this perfectly, that some players in this industry might not survive if they will bet on status quo. And this bet on status quo is the most dangerous of all possible bets at these times.
Okay, so when it comes to taxation, there will be apparently a change in the structure, but taxes won't be lower. So that's one of the.
Minister of Finance already explained.
Is he still there here? No, no, okay, yeah.
At the moment,
you can freely talk now.
Sorry.
No problem.
At the moment, Slovenia performs 4 percentage points lower than the EU average, especially because of the taxation on property and wealth.
Okay, good. Now we're open to questions from the audience. We're quite well when it comes to time. Yes, we have a lady there. So one mic goes.
My name is Babette Stapel, Fraport, Slovenia. Actually, I have to say it scares me that you're pointing out that the future is to work less. We had a really nice discussion about that up front. This is what I see in my company, this desire, and I just don't know how to pay for it, because on the other side, the request to pay more to our employees is rising, and I think the road that we are going down, working less means more automatization, and then we have less people and maybe no work for them. I don't know, but this feeling, I would rather work in a country that gives work a sense, and that we do not feel that it's a burden for us. This is my biggest obstacle, and if I hear the government promoting it, I get absolutely scared. So do you really see that for Slovenia? Because I don't think that you can have it both ways. I mean, be one of a big talent hub and at the same time promote a proper work-life balance. So yeah, what do you think about it? How do you see the future with less work? I've been working in countries in South America that is a country that's far more hungry than Slovenia, and it's fun to work there. Here as well, but with that attitude, I'm scared. I would be interested what the panel has to say to that as well.
To find a compromise, there are different ways of having fun in Slovenia than in South America, apparently. So your comments on Ms. Babette Stapel's idea on work, Mr. Frangish. Well, it's not your ministry, I know, so it's actually not under your jurisdiction, but still.
Well, I just shared my thoughts, what I see in new generations, that work and career balance is very, very important, and that young people see it in the opposite way, like these realistically put forecasts. Yeah, this will be the new balance. You mentioned, Mr. Kusher mentioned, automatization, digitalization, a lot of processes. Let me give an example of Chat GPT. You all know the artificial intelligence engine put available to public some weeks ago. It might frighten you how many very intelligent and logical answers this engine already provides. And it puts humanity into the dilemma. Okay, what kind of skills, what kind of expertises can be actually replaced by artificial intelligence, automatization, digitalization, etc. So I think that the long-term trend will be to work less, but far, far, far better.
Okay, when it comes to ChatGPT, it's actually astonishing how little it knows about Slovenia, because it has quite few information. So the let's say the fabricated articles on Slovenia are quite incredible. But yeah, Dr. Seljak.
If I may just shortly, Babette, because I really agree, and maybe the words have or have not been mentioned today. Hunger was mentioned, right? Or which we could convert into the ambition or the passion for something. And we need to get people on board to have fun by doing it, by coming there. And this is the goal that we have lost, I think. You know, in the companies we have it, right? Hydria is all committed to the green, clean mobility of the future, not harmful anymore to the people, to the planet, saving the planet. Moving from 200 million a couple of years ago to 500 million sales today, we are in front of 1 billion. And everybody's on board. We are passionate, you know, each morning, whatever day has, it's too short, it's 24/7, and we enjoy it, right? We need that for the country. This is what we need.
But where's the problem? I mean, is the educational system, that's actually a question also of business leaders, how actually to make work more attractive, to stay more on a working place? You have to sharing economy. You have to share the mic.
Yeah, I will add to what Dr. Seljak said, that let's say people are growing and they are satisfied and happy when they are resolving difficult situations. And from our experience, a paradox that we are an international company and we had to, and we are still battle just to stay and work in Slovenia. And we are keen really to succeed, to introduce new services, new solutions for the companies which they are needing here in Slovenia. But I will come back to the system, because system is killing this. Because it's really sad, I think you mentioned before, travel expenses as a tax-free reward in Slovenia. This is really saddest picture of Slovenia business environment, I must say.
Okay, we will talk about working force a bit later, and I would actually, that would be my last questions to you to actually give a bridge to the next topic we'll have with another panel. But of course, it's also interesting because you're also hiring people from other countries in the region. So is there a difference, for example, Mr. Kušar, between, let's say, labor force educated in Slovenia and others who come to work in Slovenia?
Yeah, I think it is. It's a cultural thing. So what I can compare firsthand is basically Slovenian approach about labor, about work, and German approach. So we have colleagues from Germany, when they come to the office, they start working, they have a break, and they continue working. In Slovenia, they come to the office, they go for a coffee, then go for a smoke, then try to work, they have a call from the mother or the wife. And
but you should answer it, definitely.
Start to work again, then they have a lunch, and instead of half an hour, it's 45 minutes. And technically, when we're talking about more work, we are not talking more hours, we're talking more input. So just focus on the task that you have to solve it. And I would totally agree with the comment from the audience. I think what we have is a cultural dilemma right now. Because the society is not polled to allow big differences in big productivity, and the system is not awarding it. In our company, 20% of the people do 80% of the added value. And if you would try to award them, we would have a revolution from the other 80%. Because it became a crime to be good, to be productive. And people are judging you if you try to do more. And I think it's related to the society, to the culture, how we will handle this in the future. If I compare, for example, the system to Japan, in Japan, they don't have a private life. In the morning, you go to the company, you work there, you have friends there, all your life is there. In the evening, you go to the shoebox and sleep again. So they don't have summer houses, they don't have big apartments. They technically have homes just to sleep. Everything else is related to work. And even though they have a really old society, they are still productive because they manage to solve the problems together, and they spend the time with the people who are from the same profession, from the same business, who create new ideas. And I think this is something that is disappearing, because right now everybody is looking at the clock, that it will be 3 p.m., that it will disappear from the company. Not everybody. So as I said, 20% of the people are mostly pushing the companies forward. So the question, how successful the companies actually, are you at the 22% or at the 18%? So it's so small difference if you are a successful company or you're not.
Okay, very interesting. So one solution would be to import more German labor force. It's probably would not be regarded as a good idea here, but things can change.
Yeah, maybe one important thing to add. My German colleagues work less hours than we work in Slovenia, but when they work, they are more effective compared to my colleagues in Slovenia.
Good for you. Next question.
Simon Franco, BSF. So I think that question of labor and available workforce is important one and skilled one, but it's just one in the puzzles of competitive environment for investments and for FDIs. When we are looking for investments, for example, we have to look where our suppliers, where our customers, what is the infrastructure, how do we work, where do we get energy, what are the stability of business environment and the laws that we can make business plans. So as Mr. Figel said, if all the politics and laws are changing very frequently, it's impossible to make a business plan. So we cannot decide to invest. And one thing which I would recommend to our government is to have, for example, I had the privilege to work in several countries, international, Morocco, Turkey, Iran, Russia, France, and Serbia. And if I go there, I have a person which I can contact, and they will do our support their best to attract investment. In Slovenia, I have no clue whom to call, and when I get somebody, I have an impression that actually they are having kind of ping pong. Well, that's not my responsibility. You have to go to there. And this is in time when companies are deciding, very crucial, because you need really short time to make business plan and to decide where you will invest. And just this is another, and the question is also, as you mentioned, one of the worst things Slovenia has in this ranking of competitiveness is infrastructure building permissions. So we cannot wait today, I don't know, 10 years and not be sure if we will get a building permission for a plant. So such investments have to be really quickly solved. And I don't know, can you do something about this, Mr.
Frangish?
Frangish, thanks.
Mr. Frangish, what can you do about it?
Totally agree with what you mentioned. I already explained. Last week, Minister Han gave an initiative to his colleagues in the government to initiate special action plan, which is based on our spatial planning law, to prepare at least certain areas in environmental and spatial sense to be prepared for further investments. Of course, it will take some effort, it will take some time, because of course we also cherish our environment, our waters, our national resources, and of course we shouldn't have a blind eye on possible side effects. But these processes have to be managed much more efficient in the sense of time and resources. And another thing, one-stop shop.
It's one-person shop.
Yeah, one, okay. We're working on that. The idea of public agency spirit is exactly that. But of course, processes also need to be fine-tuned in order to have a proper effect. For all the investments that at the Ministry of Economy we know, for example, EBM Papst, MSK from Germany and so on, we are trying to be as friendly and as effective partner as possible.
Okay, before we give the floor to the Professor Tekavčič, just one thing, Mr. Frangish. You know, the spatial planning is also crucial for example, what is one of the biggest tasks your government actually has posed itself. It's housing, and it's the same problem. Because the permits are getting so slow, so that you're actually not able to do your job because of the problem. How is the digitalization in this field going on? Because it affects not only the state but also the municipalities. So is there a chance that we would have it a better, more efficient, a quicker system, digitalized system within, I would say, 2 or 3 years?
Well, you mentioned a lot of excuses from the politicians. This is not my job, but this really isn't. We will take a look at it.
Okay, politician speaking. Professor Tekavčič, we need the mic. Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah.
If I may, if there is still some time, Christoph Droste. I'm having a question to Mr. Frangish. So I'm here now the 14th time or 13th time, something. We started 2010, right? And when listening to the discussions and to the comments from the audience, it was each year practically the same. And a lot of good ideas, advices were given to especially the government each year. So there was special initiatives by the German-Slovenian Chamber of Commerce promoting the dual education system in Slovenia. What was discussed for several years, and it went then out of discussion again. And taxes were mentioned several times. When I came to Slovenia in 2003, Slovenia was the most expensive countries for bringing foreigners to Slovenia. So from the American perspective, there was a study how much it is to bring an American to Europe, to the different countries, with the same lifestyle, with the same net income, and Slovenia was the most expensive country at that time. So it's difficult to attract people from outside. And the government was always listening and was always announcing there are some action plans and we are doing something. What is this government doing different than others before? What are we doing? Not losing the competitive edge we had in Slovenia years ago. The others are catching up around us. So we need to start or we need to accelerate what we already started, and what is different than it was in the past.
Okay.
Well,
the difference is that you're in the government now. So that's one difference.
Thank you for noticing.
To give you time to think.
It would be much easier to answer this question in 4 years. So on the 17th FDI Summit, when we will have the experience, and I hope some results, what we achieved of all the topics. But I wouldn't say that in last 13 years, Slovenia haven't improved. I think our economic performance up until COVID showed a strong performance, a strong dedication of our businesses, and What governments need to do is to show work and dedication, as mentioned before, to fix the problems. We know what are the problems, build a new system or fine-tune the solutions in the existing plan.
Okay. Are you satisfied, Mr. Droste, or I won't ask it? Professor Tekavčič.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a question. I would just like to comment something, because I don't want this session to finish with the impression that people are a real problem of Slovenian economy. Now we have a session about attractiveness of Slovenia as a business location. And it came out, I mean, somebody could feel really very offended because, you know, in the middle somewhere we got the impression that here in Slovenia people smoke, drink, discuss with relatives, maybe even do shopping, you know, on internet and so on, but it's not really so. And I believe that a lot of people can be really offended by such a discussion. I believe that people should be managed well and that they should be empowered. And it's also a role of management how to do it. So I believe, I agree completely that, I would say it in German, that Leerlauf is a problem of our economy. However, also managers are responsible for this, I would say. Otherwise, you know, we can very easily find ourselves in the situation which was known in previous Yugoslavia under the following saying. I will tell it in Serbian because it's a rhyme and I guess that we all will understand it. Nikome ne može toliko malo platiti koliko ja mogu malo raditi. So Dagmar, for you, I will translate it. Nobody can pay me as little as I can be paid little, you know. No, nobody can pay me that little as I can work little, you know. So I really am very happy that now I'm in the dean's role and I can comment this. We have to believe in people and we focus as a school on how to manage people and how to empower them, you know, to feel included into the business process, not excluded. I believe that I mean, somehow should finish this session with our hope in people and believe that people are also an asset of our economy. Thank you.
No, of course, it's completely true, and also managers, they speak to their mothers and they smoke and they sometimes drink. So we're all equal on that. But of course, the people are the solution, and we have actually a quite high standard to start. But it doesn't mean that we don't need or to improve. And then to address some problems you actually face at your workplace is quite important to do the progress. So do we have any other questions, or do you want a break, a coffee break? A coffee break, yeah. We still have 5 minutes, so we have to be productive and use these 5 minutes for the concluding thoughts. If we do a round, because we'll later on speak specifically on the workforce, also how Slovenia could attract foreign workforce to be even more attractive a country for FDIs. Mr. Kušar, what is your take on that?
Okay.
We have 5 minutes until the
just
break.
To give some perspective,
Yeah.
Our company is attracting foreign labor force, and somehow in the last 2 years the situation changed. They actually prefer to come to work in Slovenia in comparison to work in Germany, especially the colleagues from ex-Yugoslavian states, because the differences in the salaries are not so significant any longer. So we have to understand the German economy. In the German economy, technically you have big conglomerates who are creating the capital, but certain segments of the industry, they're not so well paid. So if you're an engineer, you will be well paid. If you're not an engineer, you will not be well paid. And just a simple labor worker in the production gets maybe 200-300 euros more in Germany compared to Slovenia. And somehow they figure out that it's better to work in Slovenia. On Friday, he will get in the car, go back to Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia, and return on Sunday evening, than staying the whole time in Germany. So also for them, Slovenia, it's an opportunity. And I think it's a really good spot to attract these people from these countries.
Okay.
Because of the logistics.
So need to reason to be optimistic. Ms. Fiegel?
I can conclude maybe with three important points. We talk about the stability, about the stable environment, which is from the sector I'm coming from, really important that Slovenia follows the EU regulation, especially in the field of green politics where it's lacking behind. The second I would like to point is the competitive environment. So here I see an issue so that companies need a level playing field. They need healthy competition, not the cartel arrangements on the market. And the third I would like to point is transparency. We talk a lot about the transparency, especially in the waste industry. Why? Because there are so many gray areas in Slovenia, and this is so important to ban also the corruption from the country.
Okay, great. Mr. Boštjančič?
I would reflect to Mrs. Tekavčič wording about people. I mean, it's basically, I agree fully, it's on leadership. On leadership, how we handle people, how we respect them, how they feel engaged, empowered, and it's all about then how we build the culture in the company. And that's difficult to copy as well. And when the people get into the company from abroad, it's difficult to persuade them that the culture is better than elsewhere. And that's on the leadership to go for it. And also after Corona, I think, or let's say during Corona, this communication has been lost between leadership and between people. And what we are, especially our company, trying to do is that we increase that communication level. And it's two-way communication. It's not just one way. And when the people see, even if the information is not good, or if it's good, that they are informed, regardless of information, they feel much more engaged, and they can probably do a better, I would say, efficiency. And when we discussed before about working more, I agree, it's working more efficiently in that period of time that it's available. And that's my kind of feedback on that topic.
Well, Dr. Seljak, your final words in the panel. Give us some food for thought before we can actually consume it during the coffee break.
Well, one of the questions apropos human resource before was, is there a difference between those that are here and the ones that are coming? And I don't know whether we're specific enough in saying there's a huge difference. And unfortunately, the difference is that the ones that are coming in are underqualified towards the ones here, which I think is just another sign, another proof that we are not at all where we should be. Because if we would be attractive, if we would have the focus and the strategy and being the hub for something worldwide, globally, the people that would come in would be better than we are here. They would be overqualified and would pull us all towards where we need to go in the future. And we are trying to do this in the automotive now with creating a European global hub for electrical motors, for electric cars, energy storage systems, and extra light materials here in Slovenia, the world's best hub for that. But then again, at the end, I think the largest difference really is between human resource that is motivated, passionate about the goal that is there, clear for everybody, hungry, and the one that is not, that cannot be paid as less as they can not give what they should.
Okay, great. And your concluding remarks, Mr. Frangish. We will see your boss, the minister, in the last panel. So he will discuss, let's say, more global and macroeconomic things. So you go back and work really hard to do more than the previous governments.
Yeah, I promised the 4-year reporting, right?
Well, I don't know if in 4 years you will still be in the government, because the next election is scheduled for next 3 years.
Instability you mentioned. Right? Okay, what I believe, where we are special, I think we should compete in our strengths we have, and I really strongly believe that, high quality of life. We have one of the best educational system for children in the world. We have low criminal. We have a lot of safety. We have, of course, difficulties in several systems, but among others, we have some world-class research institutes. We have fantastic possibilities to live in nature, for outdoor activities and so on. And I really strongly believe that our economy should be more connected to those strengths, to attract people that want to have high quality of life, that want to work in a prosperous, dynamic, innovation-focused environment. And of course, we are small. That's why we are a perfect lab for a lot of things. So, and it's niches, right? It's niches that we can develop and be the global leaders in them. There are a number of industries we already are a development and or production leader. And I believe strongly that this should be our focus.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Frangež. I also thank Ms. Figl, Mr. Kušar, Mr. Poljanšek, and Mr. Seljak. So we're in time, and Tina will tell us if we are actually allowed to go to the coffee break.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee break.
Okay. Hvala. Okay.
Motivation to workforce, to in the field of experts and so on. First, I would like to say, yes, absolutely, I agree that the high quality experts with high qualifications are crucial for any kind of innovative approaches in the industry and also broader in the society. My first point would be that, of course, Slovenian universities can absolutely provide high quality education for our young generation, that's for sure. The problem that we have at the moment is, you know, maybe a few years ago, we were talking about the lack of engineers, not enough experts in certain fields. Now we know that we have problems with medical doctors, we have problems with teachers. So in many different fields, we do not have enough experts on one side, and on the other side, we are close to practical zero unemployment rate. What does this mean? Probably that we do not have enough people here in this country, and that we have to start with some other activities which are probably not directly related to our ministry. But on the other side, if we talk about the better use of knowledge that is generated coming from the academia, of course, we have special plans here. My first task is, of course, to enable better knowledge transfer, and one of the first steps is the establishment of the new so-called Research and Innovation Agency. The main point of this agency is that we will have two basic pillars. First one is what we have today within our research agency. It's agency or part that will cover our fundamental research. The other important part, which is new, is so-called innovation pillar. Innovation pillar will be dedicated to much better transfer of knowledge from, as I said before, from academia to the society on one side, and other important task is also that we will, through this innovation pillar, enable much better cooperation among different ministries. We already have agreed that we will combine research money from other ministries within our innovation pillar. I talked to ministers in the field of infrastructure, environment, energy, digitalization, the economy, and so on. And the idea is that in the first stage, their research money from these ministries will come to this innovation pillar. And of course, we will provide some kind of executive agency, how to place this money, how to organize public calls. In that way, we can, of course, work much closer with the industrial partners, and public calls will be organized in the way that also industrial partners will be equal partners in these consortiums. So that's one of the first tasks that I have in this field, how to better work together with the industrial partners. And by the way, I'm coming from the field of engineering. I used to say that maybe in our field, we cooperate maybe even too much sometimes directly with the industrial partners, but the idea is, of course, that we extend this cooperation also to other fields. Of course, I had some discussions with the dean of your faculty. Of course, if I'm pointing out the good cooperation of engineering with industrial partners, we have to mention also faculty of the economics here in Ljubljana, and I believe also in Maribor. So we know quite well what to do. I know also a lot of colleagues from the industrial field. I used to work with them, and we have clear goals. It's just the question how successful we will be in the implementation of these goals. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Gorjup and Mr. Prach, a question for you. Can Slovenia still claim to be a country with quality skilled labor? And what is putting this advantage in danger, in your opinion?
Working in Bosch, which is 100 billion, almost 100 billion euros company, over almost 140 years tradition, it's known that you start with the Bosch and you go with the pension from Bosch, so it's a kind of
culture that we attract always the people and work with them. And I think that in Slovenia we always find people who are flexible enough to learn also in the process in the company always new things. What is our task is always that we create the environment where this is possible, that every talent which is motivated to show motivation to learn and so on, that we enable this. And this is, I think, our major task of management, managers here in the country. The second thing, I think, which is also important, last year we had a visit of our CEO of the group, and the topic was diversity. As a traditional industrial company, our ratio for female management rate is around 15%, and this was for sure first criticism. And then I asked our employees of the management who are also leading sales activities in the region of Southeast Europe, and I said, how many of your grandparents are not born in Slovenia? And 80% of the hands were up. So we are here also kind of a hub for Southeast Europe, and we have to know that this is also our competitive advantage. So we have to enable also that people are coming in Slovenia, going wherever is possible also to the West, but we have to find also the motivation factors that they come back. I work in 6 countries for Bosch as a managing director, and in my career, housing is one of the additional advantages in Slovenia, where you have also cost competitiveness if you are the owner, which is the case here, where 90% of workers are the owners of the houses, and this is not the case in Western Europe and also not in Eastern Europe. So direct comparison of salaries are sometimes misleading people, and they are aware of this issue when they get the kids. So I think for politicians also this topic should be in the future very important to address and to find right solutions, as we did in the 70s already in this country, where we implemented decentralization with the promoting factories where the people are living and also enable right housing. I think these 2 things, as I said, what we can do in the companies as leaders and politicians with this is.
Thank you, Mr. Grupp. Mr. Prah? Well, yeah, if you ask me, of course, Slovenia is a talent pool for qualified personnel, but on the other hand, I really like to hear also someone who has experience in different countries, like from Ms. Stapel, Ms. Koch. But of course, our business model, and we cooperate more or less with all the panelists, supplying them with different personnel, with different levels of personnel, different levels of knowledge. One information that I usually want to put out into the public is, what is the society of knowledge? What is the knowledge? What is the profiles we are searching for? What is Slovenian market searching for? And more or less on a day like today, or maybe last week, if you go and search through the job ads in Slovenia and the profiles that are needed, at the moment, between 75% and 80% of all the profiles that are being searched for are for the knowledge till the level of the 5th grade or high school education, so technical staff level. Of course, Slovenian companies that have their own departments, development departments and so forth, are also searching for personnel that has faculty level education and up, but basis of the knowledge starts with technical high school education. More or less all the companies here and all the panelists, their base knowledge is based on that. And if you are asking me, of course, yeah, Slovenia and the talent pool regarding the current output of Slovenian school and school system is such that companies are still interested into coming to Slovenia and searching for the right profiles. Mm-hmm. Mrs. Stapel and Mrs. Koch, as representatives of foreign investors in Slovenia, what is your experience with the Slovenian labor market and the workforce in the country, with all its specifics and maybe also peculiarities? Maybe Mrs. Stapel, you could begin, as you are directly involved in everyday business dealings here in Slovenia.
So we essentially come back to what we already discussed in the first panel, and as a good German, I did my homework, and I have to say I put down all the stereotypes, the good ones and the bad ones. So, but for me, it's really hard to, I can only judge on the company that I'm working for now for 6 years, so I don't really intend to generalize it. And also when I heard you, I think it's always a very dangerous to put out something like this because it sounds offensive, and of course I'm a German, but I will try my best. So please keep it in proportion. And so what I have to say, so working abroad really always requires an additional portion of goodwill, but from both sides, from the Slovene and also then from the foreigner side. And I'm absolutely sure that I'm the only German in my company. You know, we have one more. And it's exhausting for our Slovene friends to have me around all day. I mean, we are different. But in the end, what really matters is that we have the same goals. And so if I would be asked what to tell about Slovenia, I would come with the stereotypes. I'm sorry. Very professional, very dedicated, smart. I would add, yeah, outstanding English, clearly, but this incredible sense of humor. Guys, I've been working in South and Latin America. There is no irony. I love your black humor. It makes my day, every day. So I think this is, and you should not underestimate it, because you can have profits and financial results and enjoy work by having really good, fun time together. But then I have to say, I also have to inform people about, in my company, work is perceived as I have to work to earn money, and life starts after work. And, Slovenes have this very famous rush hour between 3 and 4. That's unique, guys.
Yeah, very early rush hour. Yeah.
So it can be a challenge, but bottom line is I've never enjoyed myself more. I'm super happy to work here, and I can recommend it for everyone. But we have to get a grip on work. I mean, sorry, when I heard you speaking in the panel before, I was like, hey, you were describing my company. And I think we cannot have it at both ends. We cannot just have more and more spare time and not thinking about how to be really productive. And another thing that I would like to add, I think I'm super dedicated to people. I mean, they are really my focus, and we should not say that it's opposite. So I can be dedicated to people. I can go out there. We have only ops staff, a very high number of operational staff, but I can want them to work harder. So that's not on the opposite end. And when I hear often a discussion here in Slovenia is, so you cannot be nice, people-orientated, and at the same time say you have to work harder, you have to perform, we want to go ahead. So maybe that's something that we should align. But that was a long speech, so.
Thank you. Mrs. Koch, you're not directly involved here in Slovenia, but you might provide a general overview, since you're responsible for the entire group which is present in the region.
Yes, that's what I will do. Let me provide or share a bit the bigger picture. We are facing a talent scarcity, and this is not unique to Slovenia. This is actually the case in nearly every country in the world. And there are statistics and studies that show us that in the next 4 or 5 years, we will have a talent scarcity everywhere in every country in the world, with the exception of one country. So only one country will have a talent surplus, and that's India. That's unfortunately pretty far away. So we are not only facing a talent scarcity in Slovenia, but we are also surrounded by countries who all compete for exactly the same resource. So the question is not, you asked, the initial question was, do we still have a problem, or do we still have that advantage of good talent? We have a problem, not only in Slovenia, but in every country in the region. We have a problem, and the problem will get bigger and bigger and will get massive. The only question is, how well is Slovenia prepared to compete for talent? So how well is Slovenia, for example, investing in automation and digitization to get less dependent on manual labor? The other question is, how attractive is it to come to Slovenia? And you mentioned a couple of advantages of working in Slovenia and why it's so much fun here and what you enjoy about it. We also heard this morning about some difficulties about moving to Slovenia. We heard about the challenges that we have here, for example, with the income tax. So there's some homework to do. And then the other question is, all the advantages, how well is Slovenia in promoting these? So I did a test in the last 2 weeks when I shared with colleagues and friends that I'm moving, that I'm coming to Slovenia and participating in this panel. And I asked them about, okay, what do you think about Slovenia? And actually, most of them said, well, I can locate it probably on the map, but they hardly knew anything about Slovenia. So even though there are so many advantages about the country, a beautiful landscape, and people love that, people never come for a job, people come for a life, nice lifestyle, located here in the middle of interesting countries, very central. People don't know about it. So that's a question of how can Slovenia promote what is already doing good better to attract better talent.
Any comment on that, Mr. Minister Papic, what you have heard?
Well, it's interesting hearing about experiences of other people that actually now work in Slovenia. I think it's a very important experience that should we enable for all our students, actually. We have very good programs, Erasmus programs, and you know, somebody who spends at least 6 months somewhere else in another country has a completely different attitude towards foreigners later on when that person would come back. We know that we have programs in Europe like that we should probably have even 50% rate of all students should spend at least some time at other institution, other university. So absolutely I agree on that. I also agree probably that people do not really know much about Slovenia. I guess that's our problem. And of course that, you know, whenever we talk about our students that are leaving our country, I mentioned that before, we have excellent education. And to be honest, I learned how good I am as an engineer. I did not learn that in Slovenia. I learned that in Germany. I was with Siemens when I just graduated, and it's important for us, of course, that we have these experiences. But as you mentioned, the main problem in Europe is that we do not have enough people. We do not have enough experts in many different fields. And I believe that you know, Europe should start reorganize certain activities in the way you mentioned India. Why don't we have a special office in India where we are looking for good ICT experts, for instance? Why we are, you know, looking what is going on at our borders with refugees and things like that? It can be that much more organized, and on one side we have interest for certain groups of people from certain continents that they would join us here in Europe, and we should do that in a more organized way. But yes, Slovenia is becoming part of the European market, labor market, and we are also some plans how to attract people to come to Slovenia, not only Slovenians, successful Slovenians that are now somewhere else, but also how to attract people to come to work in Slovenia, not because of high salaries, of course not, but of high quality of living here. So yes, there are excellent opportunities, but I think the main challenges are European challenges, not so much local ones.
Thank you. As Mrs. Koch mentioned, Slovenia is by far not the only European country facing labor challenges. It is a pan-European issue, not only concerning developed Western economies, but also countries in Central and Eastern Europe, which have until now been go-to investment locations for Western companies and also a sort of a breeding ground of good and reliable workers. The fight for talent in Europe is getting fiercer, with not only companies taking part in it, but also cities, regions, and government actors. A couple of examples from the top of my head. Germany, for example, is completely revamping its immigration, citizenship, and naturalization rules and acting proactively in other ways to attract foreign labor and fill the human resources gaps in Europe's biggest economy. In the immediate vicinity, Croatia has been proactively seeking workers from other parts of the world, namely the Philippines or Nepal, to satisfy the needs of its economy, especially the flagship tourism sector. The outside environment is hence extremely dynamic, complex and challenging. On the other hand, it often seems that Slovenia has been acting somehow passively or by inertia, counting on the scenario that homegrown labor and workers from the Balkans will somehow fill the labor deficit in the economy. And the administrative system is, putting it mildly, lacking when it comes to welcoming foreigners and foreign workers. There are still many cases of the rights of foreign workers being violated, and no systemic approach to promoting Slovenia as a destination for foreign labor is visible. How do your companies ensure the adequate supply of labor, domestic and foreign? Mrs. Stapel and Mr. Gorjuk, maybe.
Yeah, we are living in dynamic times. Fourth industrial revolution together with automatization, robotization, artificial intelligence is changing our cards. So most probably in the near future, 30 to 40% of working profiles will be deleted, what we know today. So what we try to enable is, on one thing, environment in the company which is showing to the employees that we are taking care of them, that we are constantly educating together for ourselves for the future, that we creating also an environment where people can develop and show the talents, because at the end, this was mentioned, war for talents else everywhere, means also the talents wants to work where they can develop their talents, and I think this is very important. What we want in Slovenia with 2 million in population in the future, I believe that nobody wants that we will have 3-4 million population here. So I think we are here having quite normal situation, and what is important is to create also the environment outside of the company. We are supporting of more than 100 different clubs or cultural clubs or sport clubs and so on, that people are putting their children there more or less for free, which means that also the whole environment is somehow attractive also for young families, which is not the case in most of the countries. So what we have here, I think we need to promote and to show them.
Mrs. Stapel?
So Fraport Slovenia is essentially, we are interested in unskilled workers or semi-skilled, because our nature is that we train them ourselves. So we cannot find ramp agents on the streets. So and I was really surprised because it's totally different than in Germany. In the headquarters, for example, we are actually able to find the stuff that we need. It just takes substantially longer. And that was, so every year we worry a lot inside the company, and there are all these rumors we will not have enough workers for the summer. And surprisingly, yes, we do. However, we have to start, and this is what we do, much earlier. So I think when I share that 15 people apply, 10 show up, 7 are suitable, 3 get lost on the medical examinations. I mean, they don't even turn up there, so it leaves 2. So we are basically continuously interviewing people, but we get them. So I keep my fingers crossed also for next year. And so starting earlier recruitment is definitely something that solves or helps us. Yeah, employer branding, also very important. Social media is now, schools, etc. We had to do much more here. And yeah, I think the salary in the end for this level of work is important, and we pay more than the net minimum salary. So effectively they have more in their pocket, and it makes a difference. However, I have to share the absolute downer in our industry for people to come is shift work. So it's not so easy. Work-life balance, totally understood. Sometimes I'm surprised I have to share. People come to have an interview for shift work, we already shared that, and then are surprised later on when they actually start, it's shift work. But I think that's normal. But still, and then some leave, of course. But yeah, but we are getting there for the workers. I don't know. Here.
Maybe an additional question for you, Mr. Prach. Changes to the legislation on foreigners and foreign workers are currently being drafted. These are meant to streamline administrative procedures when it comes to permits and the legal status of foreigners. How would you assess these changes? What is missing, in your opinion, from the draft text, if you are aware of them?
Yeah, thank you. I've seen the draft. Maybe just the basis. We can divide the issues on the Slovenian labor market in two parts. So the local market, the Slovenian workforce, and the foreign market. So Slovenian workforce at the moment, there's a large difference between employees that are going out of the market, so retiring. The yearly output is between 25 to 28,000 retirees going out of the market, and the input that's at the moment between 16 and 17,000. So we are 10,000 into the minus on a yearly basis. And then if you calculate in also the migrations from Slovenia to Germany to abroad, we have quite a large issue regarding the local market. So if we then come to the foreign employees, yeah, it's 30 years plus issue we've had in Slovenia. At the moment, we've done a calculation last week how long it takes to bring an employee from the foreign Yugoslav republics. So we have consulates there, the companies have their representative there, and so forth, and the post office is quick and so forth. At the moment, it takes between 120 and 130 days from the start to the end of the procedure. So it's like 45 months procedure to bring, I don't know, blue-collar or maybe white-collar employee to Slovenia. Croatia, at the moment, is being 1 time faster. So we have quite an issue regarding the procedures, different institutions that are involved, the unemployment office, the local authorities. Then we have additional issue with the placement of the workers, the housing. So this is the major issue in Slovenia. And on the other hand, the public is quite reserved regarding the foreign labor market. But we have to be aware the issue exists. There's a 10 to 15,000 shortage every year, and we have to openly discuss how, who, and how to fasten also the procedures to come to these workers fast and to be more efficient.
Mr. Stapel, as a German working in Slovenia, is there any personal story maybe you would perhaps like to share when it comes to these administrative procedures with foreigners and foreign workers?
Yeah, maybe it's 2 weeks ago I had to go to the tobacco factory. I think all Slovenes know what this means. And yeah. And I think the lady that I faced, she decided on that day not to speak English, although she could speak English. And I knew that she could, but I had to bring my translator because she didn't want to speak English. And I think that's not very welcoming, I have to say. And as a good German, I brought all my documents. And then she just said, you filled out the wrong form. That's for non-EU, you are EU. And I said, okay, can I do it now? And she said, no. And I thought, oh my God, I have to come again. And it was really a really unpleasant experience, although I have to say that's maybe typical of all countries. But I was a bit sad because I really am here to contribute, and I pay my tax here. People don't really think so, but if you work here, you pay your tax here, even though you're German. And yeah, I think that we have to do something, and I would also ask, so where's the administration? They are just hiding after COVID, they didn't seem to come back. I don't know. You can't really just enter, and I think that's also an issue. I think that I also see that in Germany, you have the special hours from now in Germany from 1 to 3. And I mean, what the hell? I can't come up, go there from 1 to 3. And so yeah, my wish would be if we want to attract more people, we have to have also the administration behind it. I think it should be appreciated if people come here. I think the form should be available in English, and it would really make sense if we vamp up the administration again. I also mean with the building permits, what we heard before. So yeah, maybe we can be like Switzerland, Slovenia, and that would be also something would make us unique. That's. I hope I do get my residence in 4 weeks. We will see if the forms are complete. She said she can't tell, I should just give everything what I have. And I said, I don't want to give you everything what I have, but we'll see. So that's a small anecdote of everyday life.
Thank you. Before moving on to potential questions from the audience, let us just build on the hypothesis deriving from the title of our panel. Slovenia, with its location, quality of life, and other attributes, seems well placed to be an attractive destination for active young people from around Europe and the world that would see the country as the place to grow their entrepreneurial and career plans. Such a talent hub would then serve as a creative force to build up the economy. But alas, as I mentioned, it seems that in the past 2 decades, since Slovenia had fulfilled its main goal as a young state by entering Euro-Atlantic integrations, there has been absolutely no will or vision to turn such an ambition into reality. The state and its institutions seem to be stuck in a sort of a zone of comfort, leaving the initiative more or less to the most ambitious and development-minded parts of the economy. So maybe Mrs. Koch, as a representative of a global company, in your view, what conditions, other than a good quality of life and general coziness of the environment, have to be met for a country to draw in the best foreign talent?
I just start thinking about what makes it attractive for the younger generation to start working for a specific company, and the same applies to move to a specific country. So when we look into what attracts the younger generation, it's 3 things. It's financial recognition, it's internal recognition, and it's external recognition. Financial recognition, easy to understand. What means internal recognition? Internal recognition is the ability to develop, to learn, to grow with a company, to develop new skills, to work in a place where you get regular feedback. So if we apply that to what makes a country attractive to move there, are there opportunities to grow? Is Slovenia known for the hub of new technologies, for innovation? So is it attractive? Is it a country where I know I can learn and I can grow? The external reputation refers to what is the purpose of the company. So for example, Debyshenka, as a logistics company, we announced as the first logistics company globally that we want to be CO2 neutral, which is quite challenging for a logistics company. But that's exactly the purpose that helps us attracting talent, because they want to be part of that journey. And so the same applies to a country. So what makes Slovenia attractive to move to? What is its reputation? So I've spoken before about that the reputation might not be the one, there's not just one single thing why people move in. And referring to what you just shared, I've been living in Singapore for the last years, and the administration in Singapore is completely digital. I had one app on my mobile phone where I can do everything. I have my COVID pass there, I have my work permit, I have my driving license, I can do my tax declaration, everything. And I mean, it's just one part of our life, this administrative thing. But living in a country where it's so easy to get your life done and organized makes it incredibly attractive to work in that country. And that's one thing, obviously, also that Slovenia could work on, just listening to you, to what you've shared.
Thank you. Maybe for the others, do you see Slovenia as a potential talent hub?
Maybe we see it, yes, but the Pandora's box is open. So Slovenia is not an island. We are just one small part of EU, a potential employer, and our competition is across the border in Austria, in Germany, in Croatia, in Hungary, in Italy, and so forth. So we have two talent pools where we can source from. So one is the former Yugoslav Republic, where we still have a so-called brand name as a destination country, where you can live, where you can prosper, where you can work. At the moment, we are heading on a roadshow for a couple of hospitals in Slovenia, in these former Yugoslav republics, searching for doctors. And we've been in Macedonia last month. Slovenia is still up there regarding the potential life in Slovenia. They're asking about the cleanliness, the standard, and so forth, and they're aspiring to live in Slovenia. But that's maximum distance from Slovenia is Macedonia. When we are talking about India, we are talking about, I don't know, Philippines, Nepal, Bangladesh, and so forth. Slovenia is just one small unknown part of European Union, and whoever stops here and makes his life here and he says, I don't know, it's hard to live here, it's hard to come by with the administration, the taxes are high, so forth, he's going to go ahead to the country that offers better life, a better experience, better life-work balance, so forth, so forth. So we think of ourselves as some specific and very well-maintained region of European Union. Maybe some part of former Yugoslav republics and workers and potential candidates still think of that and of Slovenia as, yeah, the destination country. But for the rest of the world, we are just maybe an unknown part, and we have to try hard to negotiate and to offer them, like, I don't know, in Singapore experience or maybe other countries. So.
Mr. Grip, you wanted to add anything?
Yeah, Talent Hub is nice visualization of the project which we need to do. I had one concrete case now. Our head of HR went to pension, and we were searching around locally and also within the group. And I had a huge offer worldwide, and the result was that a lady from Holland, who was head of HR activities in North America, was selected. So, and she's feeling very good here because coast is nearby. Her husband likes sailing, and we need to listen to the people what they need. I think this is our major task, and then we will create automatically this talent hub. If people in Europe wanted at the beginning of 20th century to have, instead of 12-hour shift, 8 hours, Robert Bosch was the first company who implemented 8-hour shift in 1906. And this was not, this didn't decrease the productivity, increases. And so we have to listen. If the people wanted to have different work now, we have to adjust. We have now open space offices. We don't have, I don't have any office anymore. So also our rules, how we communicate, how we empower our teams changed drastically in 10 years. And the world is changing, and we have to listen and adapt. And with these actions, I think we will create also in this country talent hub, as we did it also in the past. Slovenia had, the area of this country had 1 million 100 years ago, and we have now much different situation. Something we are doing also good, that people are coming around to us.
Thank you. Let us now open the floor to you, the audience. Any thoughts, remarks, questions? We have one over there.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Simon Saušek, European Investment Bank. Thank you to the faculty that organized this great event. And I can just say that also the European Investment Bank survey for Slovenia shows that skills are the most important thing, the most important impediment in doing investment in Slovenia for over 5 years. It's true, it's a global issue, it's not only a Slovenian issue, and I think that what came out of this debate is that you need to see what kind of skills we are talking about. Maybe for the lower skills, you know, the regulation, the working permits are the key issue, while I'm sure that Dr. Papic, the minister, has much more complex work or how to address this important issue. Now, from my perspective, I've been abroad for 8 years now, and I've just returned recently to Slovenia. And I have to tell you that, you know, at the end of the day, what also Mrs. spoke about is that financial package is still important. And I think for the really good, skilled people, I think the package that currently Slovenia offers, we have to admit, is some kind of a problem. At least with the friends that I speak about, they're always saying, okay, I mean, it's a super great life quality in Slovenia. We can say we have really good educated workforce, which is certainly true. And also we have a lot of innovative firms, you know. So we really have, I think that bread and butter is really here, but the financial package is sometimes, according to my friends, also it is a bit of an issue. So yes, I would just say that the skills are a super important thing, and thanks again to the faculty that enabled this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Saušek. There was one hand over here. The gentleman with the glasses.
Yes, hello, I'm Lukianos Clint from the Greek Embassy, the commercial attaché. Thank you very much for inviting us here in this wonderful event. We really appreciate all the views expressed, and it has been very insightful. Basically, I was wondering, I'm very happy to see that you have a good brand name throughout the former Yugoslav republics, like North Macedonia or Bosnia and Herzegovina. Anyway, that's very good for Slovenia. But I would like to know whether you also want to attract entrepreneurs. I mean, you mentioned you want to attract labor force for established companies. But is there some design that you will attract new entrepreneurs for their own companies, like FDI, it links also to the discussion before, that want to establish new companies in Slovenia? Thank you very much.
Minister Papic, any discussion on that going on in the government?
Yes, absolutely. I was talking about this creation of new innovation system, ecosystem, and of course, establishing good conditions for new companies is one of the main points within this program. We have to work very closely with the Ministry of the Economy in this field. It's sometimes not so easy to see where is the border between higher education, science, innovation on one side, and entrepreneurship, economy on the other side. But absolutely, one of my first goals is that Slovenia becomes again part of this high intensive innovating countries. That's between 50 and 75% of the average. We are, I think, right below 50%. I know that Croatia is doing much better at the moment in this field, especially if we talk about financing of these new companies, and this is all on my portfolio. Of course, I want to improve this system, and we want to attract of course, companies, not only establish good conditions for our companies that are created within Slovenia, but also we want to attract companies from other countries. Before we were talking about, conditions for attracting people that will come to Slovenia. I think we should start also at the level of foreign students. That's the best way how we can establish long-term integration of foreigners into our society. We know that we had some problems in the past. On one side, we know that we do not have enough experts in certain fields. On the other side, somebody was imposing requirements of 5,000 euros if you start studying in Slovenia. I'm happy that we solve these issues, but absolutely we have to create better conditions, and it's not only it's not all related to money, to salaries, but to good, attractive working conditions. Absolutely, that's one of my most important goals. Thank you.
Mr. Prach wanted to add something. Just pass on the microphone. Thank you.
Just maybe on this topic, I've been lucky enough to follow 3 greenfield investments in the last 2 years in Slovenia via HR View from our company. So 2 of them being just a vertical expansion of the companies that are also present and are still present in Slovenia, one in pharmaceutical, the other one in retail, and the third one being in logistics. The interesting thing is that the first 2 are already present in Slovenia, and they're expanding their operations vertically, interestingly enough, both in logistics. So the third one came from one of the big four tax companies. They had an internal pool, internal tender. They chose 3 countries maybe to consider investing in. The team from the company came to Slovenia. First they were the tax company, then they came to us, seeing about the personnel, the supply of labor and so forth. They liked what they saw. They spent a couple of days here, went through things, went through the taxations, the procedures and so forth, and they decided to invest in Slovenia. So on a positive note, clearly we are doing something okay. Companies are expanding, companies are coming. One maybe interesting thing is that more or less they are expanding on the maybe not so much added value operations. So, okay, logistics, one being logistics, needing technical level staff, maybe blue collar labor. We're not seeing a lot of investments in IT, in development and so forth. So, yeah.
An additional word by the Minister.
Just would like to mention my recent experience in that field. I was visited by some colleagues from Google. They are planning to open special Google Academy in Slovenia. It's interesting. Well, I asked them, how can I help? What kind of help I can provide? I was thinking about technology, about skilled workforce and so on. And at the end, they said they would like me to help them with administrative issues, again, related to visas, to work permits and things like that. What I wanted to, I said, of course, we will arrange this as well. They're planning to bring 40 engineers to Slovenia in the first stage. Later, they are planning to extend to this academy to several hundreds of experts. But they realize that there is a special niche technology available in Slovenia in the field of quantum technologies. They know that we have excellent experts in this field, so they are willing to come to Slovenia. So they recognize Slovenia as the place where they are planning to, of course, to extend their activities in one of the top research areas of quantum technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw more hands being raised, but as time is of the essence and we have used up our allotted minutes, we have to wrap up the panel. Thank you again to our guests for their contributions. I also thank the audience for their attention and participation. I wish you all a successful year in spite of all the current headwinds, but we are not done with today's event, however. Coming up is the last segment in which we will look at the position of Slovenia and its business environment against the backdrop of current extraordinary geopolitical risks. And for the introduction, I yield back to Tina. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you very much. The geopolitical risks are now leading to a new order, and in the face of fragmentation and uncertainty, many business leaders are responding by intensifying their focus on resilience. So the last part of our summit, as already announced, was dedicated to a discussion about Slovenia and its economy in light of growing geopolitical risks. I kindly invite Professor Dr. Mojmir Mrak, Jean Monnet shareholder at the Academic Unit for Money and Finance at the School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana, to share his keynote session on the given topic. Please.
Well, good afternoon already. I think it's already over 12, so I'm very glad to be invited to. Well, I would not like to say that will be kind of the basic presentation, but I think this is more a kind of the warm-up for the round table discussion. In contrast to the first two sessions, which are really, let's say, focused exclusively in Slovenia, I think this one will try to go a little bit broader, but then, of course, to look at what these geopolitical risks, which have really been increased over the last 5 years, what they mean for the FDIs, but not in general, what does it really mean for Slovenia. I think, we have, most of you here in the room are, in the process that the geopolitical risks have really entered very strongly into the boardrooms of the corporate sector. I remember maybe 10 years ago, I was working practically all my career on the country risk issues. 10 years ago, there was a discussion, is this issue still needed to talk about? I think there is no discussion about this anymore. So it's, you know, it's there, and we will obviously live with this. Another big change is that after decades of globalization, we are witnessing, let's say, at least, you know, some adjustments here. I would not like to say a reverse, because it's not yet clear what's going on. But the key issue is that during this globalization, economic criteria were really the main driver of the FDIs going around the world. Now I think in recent trends, in recent years, this role has been, you know, in addition to economic trends, of course, also about geopolitical issues. I will approach the whole thing from the global level, go to the EU and then to Slovenia. Of course, I am aware of the time considerations I have. I would say that the world is really becoming increasingly multipolar, what is a big change, let's say, for 20, 30 years ago. And of course, by this multipolarity of these big powers, also the tensions among these players are growing. We see that the global economic governance does change during, going on. We see that from something what I do call a kind of a rule-based arrangements put in place after the Second World War is increasingly moving towards something, you know, what can be tentatively called deal-based approach. What of course means major changes, particularly for small players, and let's be clear here, even the EU as a whole is not a very big player in this context. Over the last 2-3 years, particularly with the COVID, and on the other side with this war in the east of our continent, this fragmentation of the global governance of the world has accelerated. So it's not something what, you know, is new. It started before, but it was accelerated, and with some very important implications on FDIs, which are a subject of we are talking today. One thing which I'm sure you are much more aware that I am, these supply chains, which were really very global, have been affected. They are getting shorter. They are getting, companies are searching for new alternatives. I think there was a talk about the logistics. It's probably not a coincidence that the logistics capacities are increasing because, you know, you need more supply to be closer to your home. Another thing, which is a trend, the strategic autonomy has become the name of the game. It's called very differently. America first. It's called, you know, if you remember, we in Europe were a little bit late with this, but now we have, you know, we are aware of this, that this is the name of the game. Right? Access to energy, commodities, food, water, maybe not yet, but it's a matter of time, are the key ingredients for strategic autonomy, and this will increasingly shape, if you want, the global economy, and with this context, also FDIs. If you look at the European Union here in this global context, global trend towards multipolar worlds, and this, let's say, deal-based type of a governance has clearly revealed some of major vulnerabilities of our arrangements, which is now going on for 70 years with all the good things which we achieved through this. Some of these vulnerabilities are now very clear with this war going on in the east of the continent. We have obviously inadequate defense capacities. Right? That's obvious. We are now, you know, doing different kind of things. Let's be frank, we have de facto outsourced the defense over the recent decades to the NATO, and it's clear that this is probably not sufficient if we want to sit at the global table. High energy import dependence, we're talking about this every day practically. High import dependence on some various key inputs, chips, and I'm again not going into details here. And one thing which is a little bit more specific, and it's specific in regional terms, uncompleted reform of the euro area governance. I'm here just trying to mention, we are living in the kind of the wild west of fiscal policy without the fiscal rules, and this will have to end because otherwise the markets will end this in an uncontrolled way, which it would not be very good. Slovenia in this context, of course, I think these are basic facts. Small, very open economy, you know, but if you export 70, 80% of everything what you produce, basically means that you are extremely dependent on what is going around you. So, you know, here, if large countries, China, US, they export roughly 20, 30% of what they produce. So what it means that their domestic markets are much more a caution in case of a crisis. Here, there is a crisis, you know, domestic market cannot help you much. So of course, small economies, I think that's an important point in my view, are strongly or have been strongly in favor of international economic relations based on rule-based approach. Globalization was a very favorable environment for small countries because the rules are clear, you are flexible, easy to adjust. So now we are moving away from this to deal-based, which is, you know, in my view, something which is not globally something what for small countries is what we would be looking for. But of course, we have to adjust to this new environment. Another thing for Slovenia, which was maybe underestimated, you know, Slovenia has made big steps in the context of internationalization after the financial crisis. Over the last 15 years. If you would go to look at the current account of Slovenia, 2007-8, before the crisis, we had a current account deficit of 5%. Before the COVID, we had a current account surplus of 7%, which was more or less the level of the German current account surplus. So there was a dramatic change in this respect. Of course, the COVID has changed this a little bit, but not dramatically. So, deal-based global economic governance is, in my view, not really in favor of small economies. Therefore, it may be argued that a stable and well-functioning EU is for Slovenia and other small economies maybe even more important in relative terms than for the larger ones. So I think one thing for Slovenia, we are, I think the EU, well-operating EU is for us, you know, kind of a guarantor for welfare reform. When positioning itself in the global environment, so now for Slovenia, there are, in my view, two sets of challenges. One set of challenges are those ones which we cannot really address at the national level. That was already discussed here. So they can be addressed only in our cooperation within the EU. And I think, of course, the message here is we should be active in these discussions. Should be active because that was not always the case. I remember some periods in our being a membership, then the ministers did not go to Brussels. So they were, you know, putting the people from the delegation. You know, this is not the way how to deal. But of course, this is the issue where we are one of the partners with, you know, being aware of your size. But there are other challenges that may and should be addressed at the national level. And of course, I think this is probably for us here, those things which make sense to talk a little bit more. I have selected here 4 things which I think we can and should do in Slovenia, because otherwise we will have even larger problems than it would be without addressing them appropriately. One thing is, of course, we have to be able to maneuver within largely fixed macro framework, largely fixed. Macroeconomic, monetary, fiscal. Monetary is clear. We have common monetary policy. But what does it mean? It means that we are even more dependent on, how would I say, on a proper fiscal policy. On a proper fiscal policy. Countries which are in monetary union, for them, fiscal policy is relatively even more important for those vis-a-vis those countries which have their own monetary policy. So be careful on this. And here I am, you know, it's unfortunate we don't have a Minister of Finance here. I think we should be careful here. I think on the fiscal side, there are things to be careful, and I'm not sure that we are going that way this time. Another thing, review of the existing development. There was a discussion about the way how to go ahead. Here, I think it was really a little bit unfortunate that our this national program from this new generation EU funds was not used to a stronger extent for this what you are talking here, green digitalization, the programs, we did not use that money, we did not program that money in a way which, in my view, would provide a framework for an economic breakthrough. And I will say this because I was very vocal at that time on this, but unfortunately, without a success. Third thing, articulation of structural reform. That's obviously a challenge which this government had to take on. One reason was because, you know, the previous governments were escaping to do so. That's one thing. And the other thing is that we have also committed on a number of issues. So, you know, these reforms have to be done. But here I would like really to see that they would be done internally consistent. We cannot say this at this point because they are done very, you know, parts by parts. They should be done in a way that it will be pro-business oriented, which again, you know, when we're talking about the tax reforms, we don't know where we are here. And they should be fiscally sustainable. I'm glad to hear that Minister said this, but I have not seen the big picture of these reforms till now. You can always say, you know, that will be done over a longer period of time, but still I do miss this issue. Three theses from my side for these roundtable discussions, so it's not questions, but theses. One is a global one, you know, in the medium and long term, global businesses will be increasingly clustered on the basis of the friendship logic. I'm talking here, you know, nobody mentioned the two words which are now the catchwords in FDIs. One is nearshoring, another is the friendshoring. So what does it mean? That the supply chains are getting closer. And another thing is, which maybe it will even intensify in my view, that FDIs will be, at least in some areas, much more determined that they will be based in those countries which share similar values, let's put it that way. Right? I would not exclude that we will see in the medium long term a kind of dual part of the global economy, one dominated on the dollar side, another, you know, with currency I'm talking about. This is not from tomorrow, from today to tomorrow, but from today to after tomorrow. Right? What is going on these days with the changes in the Middle East, oil invoicing in yuan, creating new ways of SWIFT, parallel SWIFTs. I'm just trying to say that we are getting that way, which will have, in my view, implications for investments. Before I go to the second and the third thesis, I would like to show you this graph, which I have taken I asked if I made this from colleagues from the nearby faculty, social sciences. Andrea is here with us. She is one of the authors, which basically put they made the interviews, regularly they are doing this, of the foreign investors. So this is based on answers from foreign investors. And so what is interesting is they make an assessment, you know, from -2 to -5 to +5, you know, where do they see Slovenia in this respect. And what is interesting is, this is 0, this is on the middle. And what is interesting to see is that you see that the foreign investors basically see Slovenia as relatively well on the infrastructure side. I'm not now going into this, is this the case or not, but that's the view of the foreign investors. Another thing, they view Slovenia relatively well still in the area of the people, education, R&D, and these kind of things. But you see, that was basically in the previous two sessions clearly explained, but here is just confirmed again, that we are significantly under the, let's say, average on the area of institutions, if you want. And there is this administration issues, and then there is the tax issues, which were mentioned before, financial packages, but this is here. So I think the government, which has an ambition to be here for 8 years, I think they should do this on this element to concentrate. So the second and the third thesis, Slovenia, in my view, does have capacities, looking at this, to be among the winners of the FDI nearshoring in Europe. Will we exploit them, use them, or not? I'm not sure. And second thing, Economic policy of Slovenian government, including the concept of the planned structural reforms, which are available till now, is not sufficiently pro-business oriented. This is a thesis. I hope that will be, during the discussion refused. But that's are the things which I propose for the discussion, but I'm sure that we will have a very able leadership of the panel to go through this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this really meaningful and precious insights based on which we are going to continue the discussion with, and this is also our last panel today. To the stage, I kindly welcome, dobrodošli, Mr. Matjaž Han, Slovenian Minister of Economy, Tourism and Sport. Mr. Janez Škrabec, founder and CEO at RICO and president of the Alumni Association at the School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana. And obviously, again, Professor Dr. Mojmir Mrak. And obviously also the moderator, Mr. Igor Bergant. Please.
So thank you very much. Just to explain, the Minister Han will speak Slovenian. We have the interpreter here, so everything will be translated into English. And we're the last man and woman standing between now and the lunch. So we have really an obligation to be good, to deserve it. Before we go to the minister, and I will ask you to comment especially the thesis of Professor Mrak. Mr. Škrabec, you're also the president of the alumni of the School of Economics here, and a business leader, also investor from your part. If we attach to the thesis presented by Professor Mrak, what is the change you're personally experiencing in investing? How is the FDI actually changing in these days? We mentioned French shoring, nearshoring. Are you experiencing it?
You mean Slovenia?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, first of all, thank you that I can be here. Thank you for inviting me. I am very happy that Professor Mrak started, or that this thesis is so promising, so optimistic, that we can be the winners. And I am also very sure that we can be the winner for the future. I would add two more theses, My idea is that Slovenia is the most successful nation of the 20th century in Europe. If we would ask ourselves what we were at the 1900 in the beginning of 20th century, because at that time we were the part of big imperia. Our territory was much smaller. Celje, Maribor, I'm not going to mention, we had Germans, we didn't know where is Prekmurje.
Which is not so bad, I mean, being German.
Okay, no, I'm just facts. These are just facts. I mean, I'm not discussing about this good or right, And at the year of 2000, we had our own state. Our territories was so much growing, flourishing economy. We were member of all the institutions, etc. So we really can be proud of a lot, what we accomplished. And the second, my thesis is why we are so successful. Why? Because we used to live, we were living in the best socialism, we can admit it, and hopefully I think that we have all possibilities that we can future live the best capitalism, because we had such a gradualism in our progress. We kept lots of things from the previous system. despite, of course, that we are very critical and we are still improving, you know, but today I think that we have all the possibilities also to be the winning state also in the future. But of course, I agree with you, me as an entrepreneur, normally, you know, I'm really the entrepreneur, so I think just on the conditions that that depend on me, that I can change. That's why whenever I start to criticize, or whoever criticizes about the politics, you know, I said, you know, we have to go on election, you know, that we have to become the politicians, you know. But I know I have certain respect for politicians, because I know that this is the hardest occupation, really, Mr. Minister. It's the most difficult job. That's why I would like to stay entrepreneur. And I don't really think about what depends on the politicians, but really I think we have such a good infrastructure. We really have such a beautiful country with all the possibilities that are offering, you know, so many cultural possibilities. Education is very accessible. All those, let's say, for the young kids, all those beside the school, what is available, you know, what remained. Also, Boštjan mentioned, we companies, we are supporting so many clubs, so many different activities for our people, that they could develop their capacities, creativeness after the work, you know. I think that this is really very, very positive environment. So, but of course, yes, I agree, we compete for the talents. The biggest problem in the future will be the people here, because we are getting older. Of course, this is also one good point of Slovenia. If we compare all the region, Austria, Italy, Croatia, we have here, or ex-Yugoslavia, we have here one big plus, because we are the only country that has plus in the population. When Yugoslavia fell apart, we had 1.9. Today we have 2.1. Croatia from, I don't know, 4.5, today 3.5, etc. Italy is decreasing, etc. That's why I think this is, but still we need to be aware that we will need more people from abroad, and not necessarily from Balkan. Yes, we will need people from India, and this is the big challenge, how we are going to integrate those people.
And this last figure you mentioned, it's mostly due to immigration to Slovenia. So we don't have too much babies, so we're not doing a lot in this regard. We should improve, of course, in the reproduction, but it's mainly due to immigration, and other countries have the problem of
due to the immigration. We do some good things.
Yeah, of course, but we have to do
our people, because we don't export our people so much as Croatians, for example, and import goods.
We have to do more regarding having more babies, and there's a quite a useful how to say, procedure to do this, and it's also fun. But Mr. Han, well, you saw the outlines by Professor Mak. You heard Mr. Škrabec. So one of the big problems is that this fund, a green transition digital fund, was made. It was not actually your authority. That was done by the previous government. Can you fix it? And the second thing is, of course, the structural reforms, tax reform, pensions reform. Will you fix it, and how much this will cost? So this is mainly the two questions. I don't think that you feel comfortable because we're in the blue hole, but the organizers have chosen a red chair. So this may be quite suitable for you. And now, let's rock and roll.
Hvala lepa za vprašanje. Najprej en lep pozdrav in iskrena hvala, da mi dovolite, da govorim po slovensko. Jaz razumem angleško, tako da ni problem, ampak s tem na koncu tudi pokažemo malo svoje samozavesti. Zdaj, eno stvar bi rekel, jaz sem seveda teze, ki jih je dr. Mrak naštel, v bistvu se z njimi absolutno strinjam. In v bistvu Slovenija kot država v bistvu nima sploh težke naloge, če bomo znali v politiki vse te teze in ta kritičnost, ki prihaja ne samo iz fakultet, ampak tudi iz gospodarstva in tako naprej, vzeti to kot dobronamerno. Če bomo politiki znali to vzeti kot dobronamerno, v bistvu nastavljanje nekega ogledala in potem iskati rešitve kot neka skupna družba, potem lahko uspe.
I thank you for letting me speak in Slovene. I think I understand English, but I think this is a way also to express my self-confidence, so I thank you for that. Regarding the thesis of Dr. Mrak, I absolutely agree with them, and I would like to say that it is not difficult to change the situation as it is. A condition for this is that we in politics will be able and will know how to understand this as something well-meaning, that this is a mirror that is shown to us and we have to be able to do something with what we see in it.
Jaz sem človek, ki se rad učim predvsem ali pa poslušam dejstva. Mi smo šli v Sloveniji skozi v bistvu dva principa ekonomije, če lahko temu tako rečem, 2008, ko smo na nek način tudi zaradi takrat, ko je Lehman Brothers padel in ker v bistvu so bile fiskalna pravila oziroma finančna pravila drugačna, zategnili zadeve in smo imeli absolutno težave takrat in zdaj v covidu, kjer je v bistvu se je fiskalno pravilo na nek način sprostilo oziroma ga ni bilo več, in je država relativno veliko denarja na nek način dala v obtok in smo videli dva različna rezultata. In jaz sem eden od tistih politikov, ki bom zmeraj rekel, če je tudi prejšnja vlada kaj dobrega naredila in tudi prejšnja vlada je kaj dobrega naredila, je treba to pot nadaljevati. Ne pa zadeve z novimi vladami, z novimi, bom rekel, idejami podirati, če zadeva funkcionira.
I am a person who likes to learn from facts, and I see that we in Slovenia faced two principles of how to address challenges. One was in 2008 when Lehman Brothers collapsed, and we had fiscal rules and financial rules that changed, and there was a tightening of those rules. And then during the COVID crisis, we had an opposite reaction. The fiscal rules were eliminated, so to say. So if I can say that the previous government did something well when it gave so much money into the system that things could function, these results have to be recognized and we have to continue what was done well.
Zdaj pa na prav vaše vprašanje, v bistvu dva vprašanja. Najprej, tukaj se absolutno s profesorom Mrakom strinjam, ker sem nekje prebral, oziroma če kdaj zdaj potrebujemo trden družbeni dogovor med vlado, državo, gospodarstvom, civilno družbo, sindikati. Zdaj rabimo absolutno trden družbeni dogovor. In ko se bomo šli pogovarjati o reformah, ki niso samo reforme, da govorimo o reformah, ker jaz si predstavljam reformo ne samo, kaj bomo vse dali, ampak tudi, kje bomo nekatere nepravilnosti, ki se dogajajo, tudi popravili. Ker drugače enostavno se nam matematika na koncu ne bo seštela. Tako da jaz sem za strukturne reforme, ampak vendarle pod določenimi pogoji. Se pravi, Ključna reforma je seveda zdravstvena, ampak to ne zdravstveni strokovnjaki povedo, ker od zdravstva seveda je zelo odvisno, kako naprej. Druga reforma, ki jaz vidim, je seveda pomembna in vpliva seveda na fiskalna pravila in na fiskalni okvir, na katerega se dr. Mrak jasno povedal, je seveda plačna reforma javnega sektorja. To je zelo navadno, da nam na nek način izpolzi iz rok. In tretja reforma je, glede na to, da ker smo mi na Ministrstvu za gospodarstvo Združenju menedžer prosili za nekatere poglede, staranje prebivalstva je ključen problem, poleg seveda delovne sile je ključen problem, kako se na to odzvati. Samo zato, da bomo na nek način nižali plače in ne vem kaj, pokojnine, s tem ne bomo rešili zadeve. Tako da se mi zdi ključno, se pravi, če bomo reforme usmerili v tem način, da bomo tudi nekatere stvari vendarle mogli zmanjšati, potem sem jaz za reforme. Drugače, da delamo reforme zaradi reform, sem jaz zelo skeptičen.
Yes, regarding the two questions that you asked me, I am absolutely, I agree with what Mr. Mrak said, and I am in favor of reforms. And if ever it is now that we need a new social compact. So we need a new agreement between the government and the civil society and the trade unions. And whenever we start with a reform, we should pay great attention to mathematics so that we carry out structural reforms under certain conditions. The first thing that has to be done is health system reform. This is of key importance. Then the second thing is the fiscal framework. Then the third thing is what the Ministry of the Economy commissioned and something action plan that was written by the Managers Association of Slovenia that addresses the problem of the aging society. So in addition to the problem of our workforce, this is the largest problem in Slovenia that we identified. And we have to carry out these reforms, but not just for the reform's sake, but we have to make it in a way that we reduce certain things.
In samo še en stavek bom rekel. Ko delamo reforme, moramo pogledati naše prednosti in seveda tudi naše slabosti. Naše prednosti naše države je seveda globalno geostrateška pozicija naše Slovenije. Mi imamo neizmerno dober izobraževalni sistem in, bom rekel, naša družba temelji na znanju. Mi imamo, kar se tega tiče, zelo, kar je gospod Mrak rekel, 80% BDP-ja gre v izvoz, se pravi, smo izvozna industrijska družba, se pravi, da je tudi to en temelj in te prednosti, ki so, morajo izražati potem tudi v reformah, ki jih delamo. In tisto, kar je pa bilo napisano, lastnosti slovenskega poslovanja, vse v bistvu te lastnosti slovenskega poslovanja, po moje, jaz že spremljam, odkar sem v politiki 15 let. Eno in isto, se pravi, preveč obdavčene plače, mogoče premalo obdavčen kapital in tako naprej. In jaz mislim, da ne rabimo več izmišljati tople vode, ampak se sfokusirati na te dva problema in izkoristiti, bom rekel, znanje naših ljudi.
I would like to add one more thing. This is the issue of our advantages and disadvantages. As a country, we have a strategic position and we have a good educational system and we are a knowledge-based society. As Mr. Mrak mentioned, 80% of our BDP is exported, so we are also an export industrial society, and these advantages have to be taken account of in reforms so that we can see these problems, like we saw the graph with the characteristics of the Slovenian business environment. I've been witnessing this for the past 15 years since I've been in politics, and it's always been the same two problems, the taxation of salaries and the taxation of capital. So we have to address these things first.
Okay, before we go to the questions from the audience, just one question more for the minister. Well, you actually mentioned this proposal by Professor Mramor, the former Minister of Finance, also professor here at the faculty, who together with a colleague actually made a suggestion of a new deal, of a new social agreement you also mentioned. So it's all about, one, maintain and increase the employment rate despite the aging population. We're quite good in that. To radically boost investment in education and science. We heard the minister, it's also a plan. Sustainable transition and technological skills and knowledge, the promotion of it, okay. Then, efficient judicial system, it's something you didn't mention, but it should be on the way, and transformation of the tax policy and initiative. And this is my question. So you would like to tackle these things. You would like to implement a new pro-business friendly environment. When will you do it? And how will you do it by maintaining what's also important for Slovenia to be, let's say, fiscally sound, to have a state which is actually functioning, it's effective, but it's actually not too expensive and giving room for investments.
Hvala lepa. Najprej, jaz sem relativno, ne bom rekel žalosten, ampak zaskrbljen, ker je teza v javnosti, in tudi gospod Mrak je dal v svojih tezi, da je ta vlada relativno proti podjetništvu. Mogoče na moment nekateri ministri preveč govorijo, se strinjam. In govorijo na pamet. Naše ministrstvo, ker ga jaz vodim, želimo z svojimi dejanji, ki niso mogoče samo dolgoročni, ampak so kratkoročni, ker mi moramo veliko stvari vmes tudi popraviti, ker niso bile dobro narejene in tako naprej, to razmišljanje ljudi spremeniti. To je ena stvar. Zato bomo seveda, to, kar ste rekel, kdaj. Jaz mislim, da tudi prevelika ambicioznost pri napovedih reform, prevelike ambicioznosti je lahko kontraefekt. In ta moment se nam to, po moje, dogaja. Če mi uspemo, glede na to, da sem pa bolj politik kot ekonomist in tako naprej, eno reformo v naslednjem letu, v tem letu, in se pravi zdravstveno reformo spraviti skozi procedure, z nekim normalnim socialnim dialogom in nasloviti, kar se mene tiče, najbolj ključno problem, seveda, obdavčitve plač in kompenzirati mogoče z drugimi viri, da ne bomo prišli v fiskalne škarje, je ta vlada naredila več, kot bi lahko. Vmes je pa treba seveda delati stvari, ki so, ne vem, glede na to, da hočemo iti v zeleni prehod. Nič nam ne pomaga zeleni prehod, če ne moramo, ne vem, umeščati nekatere zadeve hitreje v prostor, če imamo to problem z umeščanjem v prostor. Nič nam ne bo pomenil, ne vem, druge zadeve, če ne bomo v Evropi se postavili kot država in svojo ekonomijo ščitili tudi s tem, da bomo kakšno pravilo probali spremeniti, kar je gospod Mrak rekel, da male države so v hendikepu. In tukaj se mi zdi, da moramo skupaj delati. In zato jaz kot politik ne bi rad napovedoval časovnice, ker me je neizmerno strah, ker vem, kako procedure tečejo.
Okay.
I have to say that I'm sometimes quite worried when I hear that this government is against entrepreneurship. This has been said in the public, and it is the result of some statements by some other ministers that were not really thought through. But I have to emphasize that at our Ministry of the Economy, we are doing a lot to change this opinion, and not just in the long term, but also in the short term. When you ask me when these reforms will be carried out, I like to avoid such ambitious annunciations. I think it would be counterproductive to set a timeline now. It would be very good if in the first year, within 1 year, we would be able to carry out the health reform. And it depends on the procedures and on a normal social dialogue. And we have to also focus on income tax when it comes to this, without facing some fiscal scissors because of carrying out these reforms. Then there is the green transition that has to be integrated into our space in a correct way. And sometimes in Europe, there are some rules, like Dr. Mrak said, that small countries are facing different challenges as big ones. So sometimes we have to defend ourselves and change certain rules to be able to carry on. So I would like to avoid stating a timeline for reforms right now, because I know how procedures work.
Okay, we take some questions from the audience or comments. It's very Slovenian not to ask questions, but I know lunch is approaching. No, but we have, of course, Mr. Droste who asks questions.
Sorry.
No, just feel like at home.
Yeah, okay, I will. My question is, or my thoughts are on if we are having a look at the geopolitical world map, yeah, and looking to the west or to the left side, there are the states, and here we were very much, or they were very much fostering the .com industry. So they have a big part there. On the other hand side, looking to the east, now they are very much involved, the Chinese are very much involved in renewable energies. For example, so in China, they are producing more renewable energies than in the States, Europe, and Japan together. So on both sides, we are having very strong economies, growing and future-orientated economies. What is happening in Europe? Germany gave away photovoltaic to China, for example, years ago. Unfortunately, what is happening? What is your opinion on the panel? What is happening in Europe? How can we strengthen what are our ideas for innovations in the future? And concrete the question to you, Mr. Minister. So what can Slovenia do to support Europe on this subject?
Okay. Can we go to the answers? Yes.
Hvala lepa za vprašanje. Zelo na kratko. Jaz mislim, da kaj bo Slovenija naredila, je seveda naša stvar. Še zmeraj mislim, da moramo to narediti skupaj kot Evropa, ampak mislim, da Evropa ta moment, zdaj bom zelo kritičen kljub temu, da so rekli, da ne smem biti, Evropa ta moment nima prave industrijske politike. Jo nima. In dve največje državi, ali pa najbolj pomembni, že Francija in Nemčija, bom rekel, če samo na energetskem delu gledamo, bom rekel, strižejo. Tako da, če kdaj, je zdaj priložnost, da Evropa naredi svojo industrijsko politiko in v bistvu da na nek način odgovor in Kitajski in, če želite, tudi Ameriki. Pa to ne gre za nobeno ideološko vprašanje, to gre za našo perspektivo v prihodnosti. In Slovenija bo tle, kar se nas tiče, relativno zelo intenzivna pri teh pogovorih in mogoče tudi malo šla izven teh okvirov, kjer smo zmeram stali za, kar se mene tiče, za državami in čakali v zavetrju. Slovenija je ena od najbolj industrijskih, mislim, da je ena največjih industrijskih držav v Evropi za ogromno znanja in mislim, da imamo marsikaj, kljub 2-milijonskim prebivalstvom, marsikaj tudi lahko povedati večjim državam.
Okay, we go to the translation then. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. It is not an issue at this moment to talk about what Slovenia will do, because it is something that we have to deal with ourselves. But it is more important what we do together with other countries as Europe. At this moment, Europe does not have an industrial policy, so to speak, so it is not a real policy. And in France and Germany, as the biggest countries, they are making cuts at the moment. So I think it would be the best to create such a policy and to respond to China and the US, not in an ideological way, but as a perspective for the future. And Slovenia will play an intense role in this, so it will not be as it was before, that it would stand behind other countries. Slovenia is one of the more important industrial countries, and it has a lot of knowledge. So I think we can contribute a lot to the design of such a policy.
Yeah, Professor Mrak.
Thank you. Maybe first a comment. When the minister starts to talk, that he said that he agrees with all my thesis, I was a little bit concerned. So
he didn't say all. He didn't say all.
No, but then he said, that's I precisely wanted, because this was the thesis, not what I think is the situation. And I think I'm very glad that he clarified this, even though he said that that's his view, that other ministers have some differences. But anyway, so that's one thing. But which is more important, more related to this issue. Europe. I was last year on this Bled, we have this, forum, and I think there was at one of these round tables said something what I think make a lot of maybe truth, which is not very pleasant. And that person said, that in the next, I think, 5 or up to 10 years, Europe will be either around the table or it will be on the table. And I think that's very true. To be at the table, that would mean things what were said here. So one thing, if we want to be at the table, we will need to have, that's in my view, precondition. I know I'm an economist, but I think if we will not have on the security side a little bit more clear situation of the Europe, then of course that's a precondition. Without this precondition, we cannot think really about economics. I'm talking about not next year, but in a little bit longer run. Second things, I think we will have to, what is already going on, is, this autonomy we will have to give to make this industrial policy, basic things, closer to home. I'm not saying within the EU. And this is what I was talking about, this near sharing, that basically that we have some possibilities here in Slovenia for this. Third thing, I think some of the very traditional EU policies, and I'm talking here about the competition, state aid policies, we are seeing this. They will have to be, let's say, adjusted to the new world. This new world is not anymore the world of a globalization. We are all equal. The companies went to the other parts of the world if something was for a few cents cheaper. Now the price is an important element, but security, I think, is becoming probably equally important. And the fourth thing is, because I'm really from this financial segment on, any postponement of the fiscal rules, which I'm afraid that it will happen in autumn. We cannot agree, let's postpone it for another year. That, in my view, would be very dangerous. And for us, Slovenia, I would just like to underline one thing. We have a public debt which is 70%, and we are very kind of comfortable, including our minister. We are before the Eurozone. It's true. But 10 years ago, Slovenia was on the edge of bankruptcy. You know how much was our public debt? 45% of GDP. So, if you are small, you have to be fiscally more prudent than if you're big. It's not fair, but the life is not fair. And here I am a little bit, to be very honest, concerned that nobody is looking at these public finances. That the minister tells us here, 5% of deficit is not a problem. We are about the EU average because we are making about of a cash cushion for this year. With a 2% growth rate, we are not in a disaster. And we are running a deficit which is for the level of a disaster. This is not okay. It's not okay.
Okay, can you just take the microphone, Mr. Škrabic? We would like to hear your opinion before we actually end with a question to the minister. But Professor Mak, there's a third option regarding the Blitz Strategic Forum. So around the table, on the table, or under the table. So, there is another worst case scenario. Gospod Škrabic.
Yes, I mean, I will finish like this, we have to say more Europe and Europe first, and maybe we have to think that we are small, that we will not be maybe such a strategic power anymore, or player anymore, That's why I would say it's better, and there is one saying in Croatia, I think Vlatko Maček said, when the bigger are fighting, the smaller should be under the table. And maybe it's time that we are aware that we are not big player anymore, and let's go a little bit under the table for a while, at least.
That's interesting. We heard the Serbian saying by Professor Tekavčič. Now we heard the Croatian saying. By the way, Maček was a well-known Croatian politician before World War II. So no Slovenian sayings. But before Tina, can I just ask a question to the minister? That last one, yeah. Because it's interesting. Now you're Slovenian Minister of Economy, Tourism and Sport. It's something new. And we heard that actually, well, the image of Slovenia is quite well in the region of former Yugoslavia. But beyond that, our image, and that's also important when it comes to FDI, I mean, we're so unknown. We don't have any, let's say, assets. But on the other hand, we have such fantastic athletes, and we are proud of our tourism. So what could you, as let's say top Slovenian salesman, because it's what ministers also do, could do to make the image of Slovenia better outside, to attract better workforce, to attract, of course, to attract more FDIs, to be very good in nearshoring and friendshoring?
No, najprej bom zelo samokritičen. Najprej si imidž sami v Sloveniji zmeram znamo najbolj zrušiti. To se mi zdi meni katastrofa sam na zadnjem planici. Mislim, to, kar mi ta moment delamo, z vsemi vedenji, da je vse drago in tako naprej, ampak to je svetovno prvenstvo v nordijskem smučanju in mi ga znamo ubiti do konca. Mislim, meni to je žal do teh prostovoljcev, ki delajo, do našega imidža in zaradi tega našega prvenstva je danes, je 2 dni nazaj, pa vi boste bolj vedel, ne vem, 30 milijonov Nemcev in Avstrijcev gledalo te zadeve in to je tudi namen. Slovenija se mora promovirati v svet. Ne znamo izkoristiti naše priložnosti, se pravi, kot so geostrateška pozicija in tako naprej. Čez nekaj par dni bo ena največjih investicij začela, se bo v Sloveniji pojavila in bo ena največjih investicij tukaj in to moramo znati na nek način mi prodati. In ko ste me vprašali, kaj bi kot Slovenijo, kako bi na nek način promoviral Slovenijo, da bi je ena, in to je zdaj najbolj pomembno, ena najbolj varnih držav ta moment na svetu, ker varnost ni več samoumevna, drugo, je ena najbolj trajnostnih in zelenih držav v Sloveniji, imamo srčne, izobražene, pametne ljudi, imamo dobro industrijo, imamo vrhunske športnike, pri 2 milijonskem prebivalstvu smo po mojem najbolj športni narod na svetu z rezultati. Tako da seveda nimamo pa srečo kdaj pa kdaj s kakim ministrom, ampak to je pa to. Tako da hvala lepa.
So I will start with some self-criticism, because it is often us ourselves who are ruining our image. An example is the Planica World Cup in Nordic skiing, and I feel sorry for all the volunteers and all the people who worked hard on it, because the tickets were sold at such a price that people did not buy them. And 30 million people watched this World Cup on TV in Germany and Austria, and we should have been able to use that in our favor. But we cannot use our own opportunities. In a few days, one of the greatest investments will start in Slovenia. We have to be able to sell it. And we also have to be able to sell the fact that we are one of the safest countries in the world, which is not an evident thing, not self-evident anymore. And we are one of the most sustainable countries, a green country. We have great people, educated people. We have great sportsmen. And with 2 million of population, I think we are the most sportive nation. But we sometimes don't have luck with some ministers.
It wasn't supposed to be translated, but anyway. So thank you very much. When it comes to the audiences in Germany regarding Planica, of course, because it's quite an astonishing thing that the Germans are actually winning everything on the ski jump, but this will probably change by the end of the week, because the big jumps are still coming, and the Slovenians are waiting for it. So thank you very much for your kind contribution to the conference, and we're quite sure and optimistic that in 1 year time this conference will be completely different, Mr. Drozde, with all the check marks that actually everything was done. So it will be boring, hopefully. So thank you very much, and enjoy lunch.
Wonderful, fantastic discussion. Thank you very much. Also the closing one for FDI Summit Slovenia 2023. In the name of the organizers, I would like to thank you for co-creating this great event today that has kicked off also different dialogues and discussions which are yet to enhance and improve the investment environment in Slovenia. And since every good debate ends up with a lunch, so should today's one. Bon appetit, enjoy the lunch. Thank you.